What's up, everybody? Welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. Gonna have a little fun discussion tonight. Kind of inspired by the madness of what was the 1300 sub party, the dumpster fire with Pine Creek Doug, and then the ongoing stupidity being epitomized by a lot of the people who come over leaving comments as Pine Creek decided to do a stream about last night's stream today over on his channel, and 400 people of his subscribers watched it, and they've been coming over literally proving the point I was making about why I was calling him out about the way he was trying to spin things in terms of the argument for God, and that he was trying to make it appear as if the apologists wouldn't have confidence. Why wouldn't they do this? This makes no sense. Which was the entire point I was making last night. For anybody who was paying attention, that I clearly delineated both prior to him coming on, before I let anybody into the stream at all, and then over and over and over again as he attempted to obfuscate, dance, and avoid answering questions with questions, and ultimately degenerating into a dumpster fire. So thank you, Doug. As a result of your stream today and your ongoing attempt to spin the whole thing, your fans continue to be personifying what I was accusing you of attempting to achieve in the call out last night. So yeah, it kind of leads to the inspiration of tonight's title, right? Of are atheists this dumb? Are you actually reaching these new levels of stupidity and not even understanding and recognizing that you're doing exactly what I'm accusing you of? It's truly amazing. Now, and Ogre, you can come in here a little bit. Also, as a sidebar, I was listening to some of the so apparently last night's stream is inspired the folks to review. And Speed of Pudding has been doing a stream, actually done 2 streams today about last night. Some of the stuff they've been talking about is hilarious. But anyway, so real quick before we get into this, I don't know if those of you had joined initially, you saw the little video I put together, but I'm going to play it again just for example purposes, just something for folks to contemplate when you think about your existence. Something as straightforward and simple as this. Just look at the words in the video you're about to see. So Sal Cordova always talks about the Rube Goldberg machines, and obviously that little what you saw there, the ball bouncing, knocking over some dominoes, flipping through some holes and some loops and ramps, is a very simplistic concept. However, in relation to different pieces of evidence for our overall existence, those things that we talk about a lot on my channel, and St. for Truth, Sal, many other places, it's discussing the premise that so there's a bunch of stuff that's way more advanced than what you just saw in the little video. And nobody would ever argue that both the creation of that video nor the digital representation of the concept would ever emerge without the necessity of an intelligent agent being required to formulate everything, both the logic, the foresight, the end objective, and the different components that would be necessary in order to achieve it. Would never ever happen without that direct action. And it doesn't matter how many universes you have, how much time you have, those things will never ever form themselves. And therefore, it's kind of a non-starter in terms of actually coherent and remotely plausible, logical, plausible, and probable thinking to make the argument those things could ever come into existence by themselves. Now, real quick, before I show a couple comments, let's quickly go through what started this whole madness last night. To be calling out Pine Creek Doug, because he is, I mean, most people know that he's a little, let's just say he likes to use sarcasm, deadpan humor, be making super massive amounts of, just derision, but doing it like with a straight face and trying to act like he's, I'm going to be all, just calm, and I'm going to act like I'm being very intellectual, while simultaneously being a complete utter jackass and gambling that either he won't get called out or his audience and his fans are stupid enough to actually buy into the dumbassery that he spews on a regular basis. So to kind of put this in context, we're going to play a video real quick, and then we'll put it in context. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is a little short video that he published just last, it was on, let's see, March 2021. So a little over a week ago, he published this video, and it's about, the title is Jesus Missing, Favorite Arguments for God's Existence by the Apologetic Empire. For those who don't know, the Apologetic Empire is something that David Wood started putting together last year. Capturing Christianity, What Do You Mean, IP, Woman and Apologist, Frank Turek, a whole bunch of guys all got together and really trying to create kind of a coalescent apologetic empire, as the name entails, and a bunch of YouTubers looking together to try and create a more cohesive messaging, work together, reinforce each other, and create a stronger collective rather than just a bunch of individuals. So this, we'll play it real quick, and we'll get to the point in a moment.
Each person, what is your favorite argument for God's existence? I'm just going to be quick. I'm not going to give an explanation of it. Mine is the argument from contingency. So just pass it on.
Transcendental argument for God's existence.
Variations of the moral argument.
I think the moral argument would be my favorite.
The moral argument.
The moral argument is the most relevant. You get most questions on the moral argument. I like the cosmological argument, though, because it gives you the most attributes of God.
I would make an argument on the irrationality of the contrary.
Probably the argument from consciousness or the contingency argument, maybe the Kalam. I don't know. I like a lot of them.
I'll say the moral argument, and obviously, it connects with people if you've really been through some suffering, right? So I'm sure that you've been through that. So
My followers will know what I'm going to say. It's the emergent universe of the digital physics argument. You want to know more? See my video, The Emergent Universe.
I'd say the fine-tuned argument. I think that order is obvious to most people, and it can't come from chaos.
I hate to say I don't have a favorite. It kind of depends on the person I'm talking to, but I would lean towards the moral argument if you put me in a corner.
That would be two, but man, it's funny how that worked out. But I guess if I had to pick one, either Aquinas' fifth way or the Kalam, which is two. So there you go.
Now, notice what they didn't say. The bodily resurrection of Jesus Christ is pretty good evidence for God, is it not? None of them said that.
So here's what I find very interesting about this. So twofold. Number one, and I'm about to switch the screen here real quick. We're going to switch over to a different one. So remember I told you that video was published last month, right? This little clip you just saw. That actually, that is from a rather long stream. There was an hour and a half last year, February 6th of 2020. So over a year ago, okay? So he does he listens to the whole live stream that the Apologetics Empire guys are doing, right? They're talking about so many different topics throughout the live stream they did. And this guy's been commenting on all the way through, right? And what he is obviously attempting to obfuscate to the average person is that the question was in the context. Well, number one, you've got a bunch of apologists and guys who are studying philosophy and are looking at it from a multiple stages, right? So you got the arguments of God and you've got the arguments for Christianity, right? So in the apologetics world, oftentimes those things can be separated, and you can have different arguments for the Christian God that will be built upon the underlying arguments for God in the first place. So, and obviously, when you have the question was coming from Cameron Bertuzzi on Capturing Christianity, and as we all know, he has people like William Lane Craig on all the time, and Graham Oppie, all these different folks, and they go through detailed arguments from a philosophical perspective in relation to what are the best arguments for God. Like, for example, case in point, a couple weeks ago, he just published like his went through 100 arguments for God, right? So we're talking about philosophical arguments, deductive logic arguments that are being put forth in terms of the support and making the case for God's existence in and of itself. So if you noticed, all of those men. Well, number one, the question was favorite argument for God, right? From average Christian. Cameron Bertuzzi asked the question. Every single one of those apologists goes through, and they make what? From a uniform perspective, they weren't arguing for the Christian God specifically. They were addressing it as the question was put forth. Argument for God, and they all outlined arguments that are recognized as arguments for God. So wow, shocking that that's what they did. Can you believe that, ladies and gentlemen? Can you believe that they might have all done that versus going into it from the Christian God perspective? Because why? Because they are all training. Some of them are PhDs, some of them are doing it for years and years, and they all understand the differentiation in the context.
But Pine Creek Doug, in usual style, is trying to make it out to his audience, his layman audience, that somehow this just means they don't have confidence in the arguments for the Christian God. If they did, then they would have argued for the resurrection of Christ. And if they didn't have confidence in that, then, well, because they don't have confidence in it, it's pretty clear they're just not that confident in that portion of their faith. Well, what I find very fascinating about that is I'm pretty sure basically every single one of those men has done multiple videos about the resurrection. I know Mike Winger has, for example. He does tons of, he's done debates on the topic. So to argue that because in the context of an argument for God, you don't invoke the argument for Christ in terms of the underlying support for the existence of God, it's very untoward, and it's a very obvious attempt to be somewhat snarky and play some games. And let's put this and play one more time, just put it in context from the bigger picture. The Church of Atheists reported to have done. Do that for a few months and see what happens to the Church of Athens. I guarantee it's going to go sky high when you start raising the dead and healing in the name of Jesus. I'm not just talking about backing. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else interesting? Oh, I'm going to get to that now. They were each asked, what is the best argument for the existence of God? And since there's a lag, you're going to hear the voice in this visual's not going to match the person answering, but you're going to hear their answers. Yeah, it's like Mike Winger blocked on today too. Oh, well, because I admitted Mike Winger, my goal is to raise doubt in his followers. He didn't like that, I think. Actually, his mods, I think, blocked me. But he can unblock me, Mike. Okay, so the question is, best evidence for God.
So the question that I have is from Maverick Christian. He's a good friend of mine. He was on my channel recently.
I want you guys to notice how they don't answer. Not so much how they do. Listen to what they don't say.
He says, question for each person, what is your favorite argument for God's existence? I'm just going to be quick. I'm not going to give an explanation of it. Mine is the argument from contingency. Just pass it on.
Transcendental argument for God's existence.
Variations of the moral argument.
I think the moral argument would be my favorite.
The moral argument.
Contingency,
Moral
moral
argument's the most relevant. They get most questions on the moral argument. I like the cosmological argument, though, because it gives you the most attributes of God.
I would make an argument on the irrationality of the contrary.
Oh, that sounds like a presuppositionalist. It's the only worldview that makes sense, so it has to be true.
Probably the argument from consciousness or the contingency argument, maybe the Kalam. I don't know, I like a lot of them.
Well, I'll say that the moral argument, and obviously, it connects with people if you've really been through some suffering, right? So I'm sure that you've been through that. So
My followers will know what I'm going to say. It's the emergent universe, the digital physics argument.
That's
Want to know
IP.
more? See my video, the emergent universe.
I'd say the fine-tuned argument. I think that order is obvious to most people, and it can't come from chaos.
I hate to say I don't have a favorite. It kind of depends on the person I'm talking to, but I would lean towards the more.
Mike Winger. The question is, what is Mike Winger's favorite argument for the existence of God? And he says it depends who I'm talking to. Why? What is your what? I think I know. I'll tell you later why I think he wouldn't commit to one, because I think he does have one.
Moral argument if you put me in a corner.
Oh, he said moral argument if you push him in a corner. Okay.
That would be two, but man, it's funny how that worked out. But I guess if I had to pick one, either Aquinas' fifth way or the Kalam, which is two. So there you go.
Okay, so we had, I think, the moral argument won out as these 12 guys. I think there was at least 7 or 8 people who said the moral argument. A few contingencies, a couple Kalams. Now, notice what they didn't say. The bodily resurrection of Jesus Christ is pretty good evidence for God, is it not? None of them said that. You notice what none of them said? The inner testimony of the Holy Spirit, guiding them to the truth of God's existence. You notice none of them said that? Like, I understand that these might be arguments for Christianity, but don't you get a twofer here? If you saw someone being raised from the dead in the name of Jesus, if you just get this sense of God's existence.
Interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting. He just made the same observation that I made, that they weren't arguing necessarily for the Christian God in relation to that particular question. So why is he, in his little short video that's published over a year later, does he edit out his own commentary until the very end, and then make it appear as if there is some kind of, like, why wouldn't they do this? When he recognized in the original video, he recognized potentially why they wouldn't have been necessarily making that particular case. Interesting. So it's a philosophical argument or philosophical question. They're answering with philosophical argument and deductive logic arguments. And he is acting like they are somehow like trying to end run around their lack of confidence in the resurrection of Jesus Christ. So, Pine Creek Doug, once again, you try to be a little snarky. You are playing games. And even though you admitted in your first video that what you were asserting and questioning wasn't necessarily a valid objection to their responses, but then you try to frame it in a manner that it is.
That's just so powerful in your being, which is they call the inner testimony of the Holy Spirit. Isn't that pretty powerful? Mike Winger just did a video on this. But this is the primary evidence for someone personally to believe that one, God exists, and number two, that Christianity is true. You get a 2-for-1 deal here. And none of these guys said that. I find that.
So interesting that a couple minutes ago I mentioned that, oh wait, they've done videos on this exactly about this topic in relation to the Christian God. And then he just states, oh, Mike Winger did a video on this, explaining the importance and then he couldn't separate the two. Yeah. Okay. So for all of the Pine Creek Doug fans who have been buying into this malarkey that he continued to perpetuate when he joined the stream last night and kept trying to go down this rabbit hole, and have bought into it and have been leaving comments ad nauseum and talking over and over again about how like we're not understanding this and so on and so forth. And he was just he was being totally honest and wasn't trying to play games or anything of that nature. It's pretty funny. They've literally bought into the spin that I was accusing him of at the very beginning, all the way through. I accused him of multiple times, and then ultimately got him to admit in the stream later on. It's amazing. So the whole point of this originally, this title of the stream tonight is, are they actually the stupid? Is if you can't comprehend that A, I recognize his objective, B, I called out the objective, C, he admitted the objective, and D, continue to attempt to perpetuate the objective, and then E, you guys have continued to buy into it. It's like, wow. Atheists on YouTube, anyway, apparently cannot think for themselves and just continue to be little sheep. It's amazing the level of ongoing stupidity coming from atheists on YouTube. It's really quite fascinating. Okay, so enough of that. Folks want to come in and have some combo. I think Jay, if you want to come in, you're welcome to. I think Ogre wanted to join. Ogre, I'd be happy to talk to you about the madness that was going on over on Speed of Pudding's channel. Jay, if you want to come on in, you're welcome. And I know Bond said he's running off to go to the gym. He's been talking trash for the last 13 hours, but now he's going to go run off to the gym. I see. Interesting. But anyway, I find these things extraordinarily fascinating, how there seems to be an ongoing perpetuation of this sort of thing happening ad nauseum, and then doesn't matter how much proof you put forth that your position is correct, there's wave after wave of brainwashed YouTube atheists who run around saying the exact opposite. It's quite stunning. Ogre, what's going on, man? How are you tonight?
Oh, not doing too bad. I don't got much time, but this whole conversation is kind of interesting to follow, so I just thought I'd get in.
Rana, yeah, so you were were you over on Pudding's channel earlier?
Last night, this morning, yeah, they were talking about your interactions, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about the one from earlier today, like not the one they were just doing.
But I was on both, yes. But I was, yes.
Yeah, I was cracking up. So earlier, Jay Pasick was on the one earlier in the afternoon.
Okay.
And he was talking all this trash about how I didn't get it. And I'm like, and he was perpetuating the whole like resurrection of Jesus argument. And it's like, dude, I don't know how many times I have to create the delineation of the point that was being made. I don't know how many times it had to be repeated to Pine Creek Doug. And like I said, in the stream, he finally admitted that yes, this was the case. Yes, there was differentiation. Oh wait, yes, because he stated it in his original video, not the short one he published. And then people like Jay continues to apparently can't create the separation for himself in his own mind. I don't understand it. Please explain to me how YouTube atheists seem to be actually this dumb. Not to say you, but I'm saying a large number of them seem to be this dumb.
I'll take it personally. That's cool with me. I guess, I'm not privy. I wasn't a part of the original argument outside of my wheelhouse, as you know. But the confusion seems to be sort of par for the course of these conversations, Jay kind of explained a little bit of his philosophy and his ideas to me a bit. And yeah, I guess right? Again, I don't really know, but it kind of sounds like you both are saying the same things and both declaring yourselves winners. And I can see why nothing would be going forward. You know, I mean, granted, I'm not Jay, but
here's what I'm saying. Like, so in the context of last night's stream, right?
Yes,
it was my stream. I created the argument and the position.
Yes.
I was the one that made the call out that was rather clearly demarcated as like, here is the point that I'm making. Here's the evidence to support my position. And then, and the why, like, and I also multiple times expounded upon why, if the question had been, what is your favorite argument for the Christian God specifically, then I would have expected the resurrection of Jesus to be probably the foundational argument, if not, the majority of them stating that would have been their favorite argument, right?
Yeah.
But again, if you're talking a bunch of philosophers, and guys are doing this like either professionally or near full time, or like have been doing it for years, right? They're going to recognize the differentiation of the question and are going to answer correctly because they're not just average laymen, right? And what we've got going on here is, doesn't matter how many times and how many ways you attempt to reveal the curtain or pull back the curtain, if you will, and be like, here is the why. Now, if the question was favorite argument for the Christian God, then it would be this. Otherwise, you're going to look at it from the macro level, and here's all the arguments for that, right?
Yeah.
And on the flip side, if they had answered, something different, or not those kinds of arguments, or he, asked, he was talking about like the, he stated things like, the personal experience and all that kind of stuff. The personal experience is not an argument. Like your anecdote about like this, experience with God you had, that's not a freaking argument, right? I'm talking about from a formal deductive logic standpoint. That's not an argument. Like, oh, I had this amazing experience with God. Like, okay, your philosophy professor is going to laugh you out of the room and be like, that's not an argument, dude. Like
it definitely seemed as though they took your particular story that was related to me, in short, your particular story as an argument, though. Like, I mean, if that wasn't your intention, apparently it didn't come across very well, because you can't lie, and you can't say that that's not used as an argument in these conversations by other people. I've heard that countless times from YouTube creationists. Personal experience is an argument that should affect me.
Right. No, I get what you're saying on the. But the point I'm making is, unless you are a complete layman, I'm talking about in terms of apologetics, philosophy, etc.
Yep.
Then the separation between the two doesn't really have. It then has relevance, right? It doesn't have relevance if you're a layman. It does if you're not. And I don't disagree. I follow your point of like, yes, people do use it as arguments and stuff, but the people that are using it as an argument generally, or at least a standalone argument, are generally laymen. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so
which is why it's used as you're saying, yes,
right. And this is why I go back to my whole point of Pine Creek and him obviously playing to the average ignorance of his audience.
Is Pine Creek a scholar in any sort of way, or is he like a YouTube layman like the rest of us?
He's not. I don't think he would try and get away with saying he's a layman. I mean, he does not. He analyzes all these like people on him, and he's been doing it for years. So
gotcha.
He's known for, a lot of people recognize that he tries to play this straight face, snarky things I was calling him out on last night. Basically, like, it's known that he does this. Like he plays this game and then uses extreme sarcasm. Like tries to act all like very straight faced and normal while he can barely contain his smirks. And then at different stages throughout his streams, he'll like start cracking up and be making fun of people. So, I mean, it's like, it's not anyway. It's so in the context of why I'm asking if people are actually getting this dumb, it's like, I don't know how much more clear I have to be as to position, evidence, call out, concession by the person being called out that yes, this is exactly what they did, and then their fans, i.e., YouTube atheists, not all, but a chunk, are completely buying into it, and then being incapable, apparently, of understanding the entire point of what the whole thing was. Like, I am not stating, again, to repeat to all the freaking idiots out there, I am not stating that the resurrection of Jesus is not a fantastic argument for the Christian God. Like, I am not removing it from the equation saying you shouldn't put it in there. You should. But in the context of the video in question, it doesn't make sense. I don't know how hard this is to comprehend.
Yeah, it's always a pain in the butt to talk third party about something that you're not privy to, and then say things that aren't quite relevant because it's not only third party but also different ideologies, and yeah, that stuff gets all confusing. But to be fair though, mocking him, not mocking him, that's not the right word, but pointing out the flaws in the personality of the smirking, all that's just kind of being a YouTuber, really, right? I mean, we all are guilty of that to a certain extent. So,
oh no, I completely agree. That's not the point. That's not the reason I was calling him out on it. I'm talking about
true.
I'm talking about the stupidity of his fans. Is what I'm talking about. It's like if you're not comprehending the premise of what he was attempting to accomplish, that if you buy into it, makes you an idiot. Like you're not seeing the fact that he isn't actually being serious about his, but he's literally taking advantage of you. I'm speaking not about you. I'm rhetorically, obviously.
I understand. Yes.
Sal, what's going on, man? How are you?
Howdy, Sal. You muted.
Howdy. Hey, thanks for having this encore show, John. That was a lot of fun yesterday, and I don't know how you get any sleep. But thank you for doing it. And that was a great show. Well, a lot of people hated it. I could tell by the downvotes, and I like stirring up controversy.
Oh yeah. Well, I tell you what, the stream over on his channel, the amount of comments is hilarious. It's
now, I'm not the sort that, I mean, people know me. I'm generally nice. I try to be, I do have a lot of empathy for people that may not believe in God, but may want to. There's a difference between the God haters and then the people that want to believe in God, but they're struggling or they're just on the fence. And, but, just outright mocking and twisting words. Right when I'm talking to Pine Creek, he's trying to twist my words. I'm just like, yeah, I know where you're going with this. And I just cut him off. I couldn't deal with it. I don't have a problem if an atheist tells me, well, I prayed a lot. I never heard God. I never heard back from God. And I had a loved one I was praying for. I have a lot of compassion for that. I really do. Because I've been there. But then just trying to mock someone, twist their words, misrepresent them, whether they're an atheist or not, if someone doesn't deal with me straight, I take real exception to that. It's just like a salesman that's just trying to take advantage of you and confuse you. It's just not honest. So that's why I wasn't really willing to talk to him. I said, it's just not worth it. I just kind of bailed out for like 3 hours.
Yeah, it was interesting for sure. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. I mean, I was kind of cracking up about some of it, and a lot of people are so funny. People were giving me grief in comments about like allowing there to be a little bit of free for all and like different folks just to be blasting them. And it's like, you know what? If somebody wants to act like a prick, they can. There's going to be some ramifications for it. Like, we don't have to live in little soy boyville, and everybody needs to be completely and utterly protected on how this stuff works. I mean, it's just not. Anyway, Emery, what's going on, man? How are you? Welcome to stream. Emery, you're on mute.
There we go. Sorry about that. No, I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Honestly, I am exhausted, but
After last night, I can understand why.
But other than that, I'm good. I can't complain. Life goes on.
I quite frankly, I knew we weren't getting anywhere last night, so I was more than happy to let Will jump in. I had other things I needed to do, like study for a biostats test that were actually profitable. So
yeah, it was it was definitely a cluster. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it was fun. I mean, part of the reason I let it go, I mean, it was a 1,300 subscription sub party and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, like, whatever, Saturday night madness. Let's have a good time. There's a bunch of folks. Like everybody's wanting a piece. I mean, you got the perfect pinata to for everybody to go after, and embodying a lot of the points that we make on a regular basis. Like, congratulations on being a caricature of what we call out on a regular basis.
I do have to say this: Pine Creek will be effective for certain people that have been raised in the church that have just been fed awful arguments. I'm sorry to say that. The church, there are aspects of church culture that has so poorly equipped their flock. They go off and encounter someone like Pine Creek Doug, they'll be run over. I mean, so he's effective in that sense, and I don't mind trying to address his arguments when they're stated. And I could have dissected it, but I just didn't want to. With 10 people on the channel, it's just like, this is just not going to work. There's Brandolini's law. It takes 10 times more effort to clean up the excrement that someone else dumps. And it's like, okay, so for every, we saw that with the Professor Dave and James tour. Professor Dave in 20 minutes spewed out just a ton of garbage. And it took 10 hours of a world-class chemist to clean it up. And I was like, yeah, this is not going to work in that format where we might end up having a shouting match and people talking over each other. But I'm not saying that his arguments are not worth addressing, because those are exactly the sort of things that are going to run over certain people that are part of the church that haven't, that are not equipped, because they're really not taught, and pastors don't emphasize it. They have a policy of avoiding difficult questions and not giving people critical thinking skills. And that's also the problem with the schools. So
Sal, do you plan on doing a series, or are you just like openly talking about addressing the issues?
I'm planning on doing several shows. Because I nearly left the Christian faith 20 years ago or 21 years ago. And the things that he was saying, I said, I could really identify with it, but I didn't like his attitude. And I alluded to one of the problems. I said, okay, so you're going to church and you're praying for a loved one and they die. And you could feel that God has ignored you. The treatment that I get, that I've gotten in certain churches, it's pretty despicable. It's like you express doubts, you express concerns, you want reassurance, and then you just get denigrated for asking tough questions and wanting reassurance. And I don't know how it was that it's only by God's grace. A lot of people, I ended up finding the right prayer group that I said, hey, I just don't have it in me to believe anymore. Can you pray for me? It was that simple. They didn't argue with me. They prayed for me for 2 years. They said, Sal, just hang out with us. We're praying for you. We love you. And it was that time I started to study apologetics, what I call evidence and reasons, for the Christian faith. And my worldview changed. It began because I found the emptiness in atheism. I've read atheist literature. I said, I love the skepticism, but then I asked the pointed question. I said, where do you find hope? Where do you find meaning? And suddenly the silence. I'm just like, you guys are so talkative and mocking and skepticism. I love the skepticism. But when I ask that basic question, how do you live your life? How do you make your decisions? Where do you find answers in atheism? Just silence.
So Sal, you to summarize your story there, the reason why you stayed in the faith is you found the right group that helped you along, right?
No, I think that is, I can understand why you might say that. I think their prayers were answered and God began to acquaint me with the evidence.
Okay.
That would give me enough reason to stay in the faith.
So that
And I'll
that
say
kind
this,
of
yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks for asking.
I guess that probably would answer my question too. But I'll ask it anyways. Do you think if you would have found a super supportive atheist group, do you think you would have actually fallen from the faith?
No, because I actually enjoy, just a little bit of my background. I was a scientist and engineer in the aerospace industry.
Yeah.
And that's an environment where it's perfectly fine to express doubts about yourself and other people. And that wasn't the church culture I was in. It's like, how come questions are avoided and then almost disdained? Whereas in the scientific world, they're welcomed and skepticism is valued and welcomed. So I went to the atheist group. I said, this is really great. I can actually say, I have doubts about this. And they'll say, that's great. That's a good question. And I said, I love this. I love this. And I enjoyed hanging out with them. I said, you guys express questions that I had about God and about Christianity, et cetera, that I couldn't entertain in church. How come I feel so much more welcome to express my doubts here and at least express the questions, not necessarily get the answers, but at least I don't get denigrated for asking tough questions. And so they were very supportive in that respect. They actually thought I was going to convert. But then I asked them that question, where do you find hope? Where do you find meaning? How do you find value in anything? And I was actually a little bit shocked at the silence. I said, you guys are so brilliant, but you can't seem to answer that question. And I said, no offense, guys. I really appreciate the fact that you like the scientific method and skepticism, but it seems that science and skepticism can't answer that simple question. I'm going to take what little scraps I have and go back to the Christian faith and look for more evidence. And that was it. That was my presupposition. So that's what I would ask Pine Creek Doug. What would it do for me to adopt your viewpoint? And that was the spark. I appreciated some of the atheists. There was one guy who, I think his name is Cliff. I can't remember his last name. Positive Atheism. I loved his website. I totally empathize with so much of what he said. And, I was moved by the stories of ex-Christians who said they prayed and they never heard back from God and they had loved ones that were lost. My heart really went out to them. And I said, I'm right there with you because I'd recently lost my father and I'd been through that. Hours of praying and my dad died. And it was just heart-wrenching. And I could relate to all those stories, but then I said, where do you have meaning at this point? How do you move forward with your life? And that's a question that I continue to pose to atheists. And Randolph Richardson, really smart guy. He's like, at least some of the things he has said is put him on my favorites list. He said, atheism doesn't have answers for anything. And I said, I appreciated his boldness in saying that. And I said that he encapsulated everything that I went through way back 20 years ago. That was a succinct answer. He didn't dodge. He just told it like it was. And I said, that's exactly why I didn't become an atheist.
I don't want to take over anything, but can I ask you another question?
Is that all right with you guys, LPP? I don't want to monopolize.
No, go.
This is a good discussion. I'd much rather you guys have a good discussion than what was going on last night. So,
Yep, I agree.
Okay. Well, I'll keep going then. Do you think so? I definitely 100% can visualize the room of scientists and atheists not having a good answer to that question, right? Because I believe it's a fair statement to say atheism doesn't have any doctrine. Every atheist has his own shade of belief. Would you say that Christians have because Christians obviously have variety to the doctrine as well, but would you say it's more concrete? Like if you go to 10 different Christian groups, are you kind of always going to get the same answer to your question versus 100 different atheist groups? You probably won't.
Well, the thing is I wasn't getting hardly any answers.
So you don't consider
I think what you said is more correct. I was just more astonished by the silence. The answer that I got is you make up your own meaning. I'm just like, okay, so then if that's the case, there are as many answers to this as there are people, and they're not really science-based or evidence-based. It's just you make it up yourself. And I said, I have a problem with that. Up until that point, I said, you guys are very logical. I appreciate the skepticism. But then for Christianity, there's certain, for Orthodox, what I would call Orthodox doctrine, yeah, you get the same answer for certain things. And, sometimes it's not very pleasant, but at least it's not subject to human will. And that was part of it, but the thing that really persuaded me was the study of intelligent design and creation science. I said, I'm not going to look, so the spark was, I'm going to give it another try to look for evidence for the Christian faith. I said the hardest thing, and I only got maybe a satisfying answer in the last 4 years. I said, God, why are you so hidden? It says in Proverbs 25:2, it's the glory of God to conceal a matter. It's the glory of kings to search it out. And I said, why would you hide evidence, Lord? Some of us are really trying to find faith in you. And I realized that's part of the plan. He's going to test people to see if they're really going to seek after him. And so for like moral living, you get the same answer. What is unsatisfying among the various denominations or churches is why we should believe. And sometimes they don't have good answers for that. And I'll tell you right now, I've not, the work that I do have done also on my own time and also professionally is not welcomed in churches. Some of them don't like talking about facts.
Do you think Christians can have a definitive answer to that why you should believe, or do you think that's going to be an individual case by case basis?
I think it's case by case.
Like your relationship with God determines that.
I'm sorry?
Like your relationship with God determines that answer more so than God has an answer for you?
I'll tell you why I think it's case by case, and some people will disagree with me. Each person has had a different experience with the Lord. Some people have had more experiences than others. One of my favorite anecdotes is Charles Duke. He was an astronaut. He returned from the moon. He was not a Christian. He believed, he liked to go to church, but he wasn't a professing or practicing Christian. And he started becoming an alcoholic. He had nothing to live for after he, his greatest achievement at age 35 was walking on the moon, being the youngest man to walk on the moon. He became a Christian, and his life started to clean up, and he prayed for a girl who was blind, and she got healed. Now, I know people could be skeptical of that, but it's not my place to tell him that that wasn't the act of the Lord or that little girl. So that little girl and Charles Duke had access to things that a lot of people don't. And we actually see that in the apologetic that the Apostle Paul gave in Acts 26. When he said, I'm making my defense, the word is apologetic. And it's very interesting. I'm going to give a talk on apologetics, and particularly that passage. And how did he make his defense? He appealed to his experiences, to him seeing a vision of Jesus. And that wouldn't resonate. In fact, it didn't resonate with the people he was talking to. Someone said, you're just mad. That was the Roman official Festus. And I'm just like, yeah, sometimes what you personally experience, other people just aren't going to relate to. And that's just the way it is. But what I tell people is, if God has done something in your life and you or you really suspect it was God, you're on the hook at that point. And so that was a long answer to your question. Is it tend to be case by case? Sometimes. I do think there is evidence available to people in general, like this thing about the origin of life being a miracle. I think James Tour, who's a world-class chemist, argued the case very well, even though he wasn't advocating creationism. Just about everyone who was favorable to what he said could connect the dots and say this life was a miracle, therefore there's a miracle maker. So there are things that are not case by case, but that are generally really revealed to other people.
No, but I'd say your answer was sufficient to what I was inquiring about. Yeah. In my experience, your story is simultaneously unique and fits a narrative. You know, you have a genre of conversion story, I guess maybe you'd call it. But your individual telling of it is uniquely you, you know, and that's part of the fun of talking to all the people up here on this series of tubes we call the World Wide Web and getting into all that stuff. And it's interesting. I would say, I know you're not trying to preach to me right now, but yeah, I'd call that very interesting. So thanks.
Oh, thank you for the conversation.
Well, I'm glad you guys were able to have some little back and forth there. It's always good. It's part of the fun of doing these streams, right? You never know what kind of path it may go down. Interesting interactions and expansion of our minds, right?
Well, let's put it this way. In the 10 minutes that Ogre and Sal went back and forth, we had a more substantive conversation than we did in the first 2 hours that I was in stream last night.
Yeah, last night did turn it. I tell you what, last night was just more like pure raw entertainment. There was not a high level of last night was in no way, shape, form, or fashion like a high level philosophical.
It was like watching a Transformers movie. You're not going there to learn something. You just want to watch things blow up.
Oh yeah,
essentially, yeah. And every time it calmed down a little bit, somebody would throw a piece of dynamite back in the fire, and more stuff would blow up.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was rather entertaining.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm just not very good at getting into fights. I'm a bad anti-theist, I guess, you know?
Yeah.
See, I actually spent most of last night with the volume on my computer off and my mic off because I was just like, I don't want to deal with this. Like, every so often
were you just talking trash? So were you just trash talking inside chat, not listening?
No, I talked a little bit in chat, but honestly, I studied biostats.
Well, I'll tell you why we still leave it on. It is comforting in the sense that we have some fellowship, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, it's just like hanging out with people. You may not necessarily listen to what they're saying, but it's just great to hang out. That's how I felt about it last night.
True. Yeah, it was definitely an adventure. I tell you I've been finding very interesting. So as you guys know, I will occasionally bounce over to Speed of Pudding's channel just for pure entertainment. And like I get a good chuckle. It's like stand-up comedy almost. Just go in there. It's like man, I seriously crack up. But the whole intervention they've been doing with Speed of Pudding and trying to get him to overcome his obsession with scientism this past couple days, oh man, it's reaching levels of humor that.
Can you recapitulate? Because I actually have not watched. I can't stand it.
It's not worth watching. I'm in there a lot, and it gets dumb real fast.
Oh no! So you don't want to go and like watch for any length of time. It's like you bounce in for like 4 or 5 minutes. And just start cracking up at the what's going on, and then leave because you can't take it anymore, and bounce back in, and like another 4 or 5 minutes, like oh man, it's too good, get some chuckles, and then bounce out again. It's great. It's great entertainment.
I don't mind listening to certain atheist channels, but I don't know. It started to devolve. That whole show began to devolve. I'm just like, some of the people that they're inviting, I'm just like, oh my goodness, I can't, I just couldn't take it. So So what's this whole thing about this intervention about scientism?
So Pudding has been, he's a hardcore scientist or scientismist, if that's even a word, whatever. And obviously in conjunction with his strict materialist Buddhism. So Pudding is a scientistic or a scientism strict materialist Buddhist. Man,
That's impossible.
I can't even. It's hard for me to even say it without.
And he loves talking about his era of substance use.
Yeah, and and like earlier today, he was on this whole deal about like the collapse of all of this. If it turned out, like I think Danny asked him the question, if it turned out that the world was 3,000, 10,000, whatever years old, like what would happen? That would just collapse. Like, but that's impossible. And he and then for like 2 minutes he went off on this whole tangent about how like that's totally impossible. That's just impossible. Like that can't happen. That's totally impossible. And they're like immutable. So they were just like, so Speed, you're saying it's impossible. Like you can't say that if you're a if you're obsessed with scientism, like you can't be saying it's no. There's just no way. Like I grew up around rocks, and there's just no way that the geology could have formed in that amount of time. Like it's totally impossible. And I'm sitting there cracking up, like, bro, you do realize you're doing exactly what you accuse us of, right? Like argument of incredulity. Argument of ignorance, like, and then they started calling him out, like, with that exact thing, like, you're just making argument of incredulity, and no, it's just impossible. Oh man, it was too good. It was too good to witness the. If you can't tell, guys, everybody listening, if you can't tell, I was getting. I'm replaying this in my head right now, and it was totally worth it. I was cracking up. It was good stuff.
So did Danny have something to do with that?
Oh yeah, Danny definitely was Danny definitely had a component of that particular trigger factor. Yeah.
Danny likes poking him in the ass with a fork just for the fun of it. So.
Well, and also it was pretty funny that Danny also was confessing to them that apparently I'm the cause of him. Apparently he like had viewed himself as an agnostic, but I guess me being such an asshole. Catalyzed him into finally admitting that he's actually an atheist. I was getting, like I said, I was getting some serious humor about it. This is all in the same conversation as them going on like a 15-minute exposition about how Otangelo specifically, and then me as to an extent as well, only have a high school level education of these topics, and therefore we don't actually understand what we're arguing, but we go out and find these like new things that they're unaware of, that like immutable Pudding, like they're unaware of, and then like they put forth this argument, and then we have to go do research because we didn't know what it was and all stuff. And I'm like, so you're saying in the same context that I have inferior knowledge while simultaneously admitting you don't know what the heck I'm talking about. And therefore, that means that I don't understand it. I'm like, this is too good. Like, you can't make this stuff up.
Yeah. I mean, they had a whole show on Sal Doesn't Have a Brain. I just laughed. I said, my irony meter blew. Yeah. They had a whole show on that. And their whole argument was based on a misrepresentation of something I said. I didn't claim to believe a certain thing. They attributed it to me. I'm just like, yeah, a whole hour show on something I didn't even say. And my irony meter blew, and I said, speed of sound, you shouldn't be saying, you shouldn't be trash talking like that. That just ain't cool, because you wouldn't want me to respond to what I think of, of your qualifications.
See, I this is why I just ignore all that drama. Like, I just don't want any part of it. Leave me out of it. I don't want to touch it. I'm not. He did something on me at one point, and I just completely ignored it because I'm like, you know what? It's not worth it. I just let him do his piece. And
agreed. And you know what? He and I had an email exchange. I said, Speed, I'm going to try to avoid mentioning you let's just kind of avoid each other. But he still has all these shows about me. I'm just like, dude, what up with that? But I try to minimize. I try to focus. Yeah.
I don't know if you heard, Sal, but you were rated as the top YouTube creationist by Dapper Dino and Erica and all them. So they rated you an A.
Yes, I heard. I just stumbled on it. Yeah, I'm very honored.
Yeah.
And,
Maddox, I don't think you want to know what they rated you. It wasn't very kind.
I think that haven't I and SFT, we both been rated asshole, right?
Someplace, yeah, you guys were below Neff. That's how they treated you. So
I'm below Nephilim free, really?
Yeah,
well,
I wanted to put Neff lower, but
listen, I'm gonna accept. I freely embrace if that is my rating, I freely embrace it. It's kind of like I'll just view that as like a Razzie, but from idiots. And that's okay. I'll happily accept that that premise.
Well, I did appreciate Dr. Dan. He was the one that was rating. Yeah, he advocated me a lot, even though he was on that panel.
Dr. Dan is also the one who rated me an asshole. So
so he's right. We both agree with Dr. Dan. Fantastic.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, what really gets me about Dr. Danny Boy is after he and I's last interaction, I didn't have to do what I did in the whole code challenge because he did not fulfill the terms of the contest. But since he was the only one that actually did so, I granted him the prize. And then he's still going to talk trash. Like, okay, asshole, we can go down that rabbit hole. Like, I could have been a dick, but I wasn't. You didn't know what I was talking about. You retreated to frozen accidents, and after you have made ad nauseum assertions that it's accounted for and these things are already answered and there's all these different questions, and you ultimately retreated to frozen accident hypothesis. I mean, and then you're going to continue on to talk trash about your own ignorance. Ironic. It's anyway. I find that very funny.
And I did want to point something out. I had a show where Emery was there, Erica, and David Neff. And I said, what's happening on YouTube has been a lot of fighting. But Emery, Erica, myself, this is the conversation that we all had is very much it would not be unusual among graduate students who are at least open about their views. Now, I didn't have too many discussions like that when I was in graduate school, but
I couldn't have that kind of discussion under my real name in graduate school.
Yeah,
I'd be gone. Like,
but when I was at NIA,
even me questioning some stuff gets me in hot water. So yeah.
But when we're open, and it happened to me in graduate school. One time I was in a astrophysics course, and the professor made a negative comment about. He said, "Yeah, the sun's millions of years, not 10,000 years old." And the funny thing was, all of us laughed, including myself. I said, "Yeah, that does sound kind of outrageous." And then after class, I talked to one guy. He said, "Yeah, I said, "Where are you headed?" He said, "I'm off to church." And I said, "You're a Christian." And so we started talking, and he said, "Yeah, no, I don't believe that I think the sun could be young." I'm just like, "You're kidding." So, so the professor's two best students are actually young Earth creationists, and he doesn't know it. And so we had an honest conversation. And then sometimes we'd have, some of the students I used to know, when I moved on to other schools, sometimes we'd have that open talk. And, there was not hostility. We would just talk science, and we talked about our classes. And then at the NIH, amazingly, sometimes the students were open. That like one of them said, "No, I don't believe in evolution." I'm just like, whoa, I can't believe you just said that. And he was open about it, but that's a different environment. They can't kick you out of that graduate school because it's unaccredited. So it was a lot more open environment. I was just pointing out why it's a little different. Now, the other thing is I want to maintain good relationships with these people. because they're actually a source. They're a good source of editorial review for some of the things that I write. If I say something wrong and it's just not quite right, they've actually been pretty good at giving me some correction. I said, I wouldn't want that. If I'm teaching other creationists who happen to be biology students like Emery here, I'd want to get it right.
And I, like Sal, you're the NIH is a completely different world to where
where you are, yeah.
Let's put it this way: like I don't get in like major hot water, but even when there have been a couple of times where I've poked little pinpricks in like areas of dogma, and I won't say what areas because in case anybody who happens to be on my classes is listening, but I doubt it. But anyway. I've poked holes in little areas of dogma, and usually the feedback I get is, "Oh, that's interesting. I've not thought about that." But every so often, the feedback I get is, "How dare you question whatever?" And it's like, and every time I do it, I never say creation. I never say 6,000 years. I never say God. I never say intelligent design. I just pull papers from the mainstream literature and point. And generally speaking, people go, okay, yeah, whatever. But then they come back around and absolutely just, occasionally you get this absolute explosion where people just lose their minds because you've touched on an area that is sensitive for whatever reason or other in the dogma. So,
and that also tells me they feel a little insecure.
This has got to be a bio-related thing because in geology sections you can have people that there's plenty of people at a collegiate level that believe in God and go to church, but but you don't really hear a lot of application of Noah's flood when doing exploration work or something. So it's real easy on my side of that to separate age of the earth from what you do professionally, but it sounds like you guys click them together a bit more,
Well, I would quick weigh in on that topic, and obviously Sal and Emery can talk about this in a little more detail, but I think the same premise you just put forth applies outside of evolutionary biology and YouTube atheists who claim that evolution has no bearing on their atheism. I mean, it's like and obviously there's like evolutionary psychologists and stuff, but I think the majority of it's like, you're right, because like for the person who's off doing oncology research or whatever they're doing, right, synthetic genetic engineering, so on and so forth, like evolution has no bearing, like doesn't really have much relevance to it may in on a subset from a micro optimization perspective, but not necessarily from a novel body plan formation perspective.
It's totally actually been a hindrance. It's actually been a hindrance.
Yeah. Yep.
Evolutionary dogma has been a hindrance, and it's also they don't want to admit all the things, how they've negatively affected medical science. Someone won the Nobel Prize on frontal lobotomies or something, and it turned out being just a terrible thing. Unfortunately, they don't retract that, but I think that had some relation to evolutionary biology, and then all these things about vestigial organs that ended up having function and junk DNA. And the thing was, independent of whether DNA is junk or not, I felt that the evolutionary biologist had no right to be going after the NIH ENCODE consortium. That was just really distasteful. I said, how do you know that it's junk, for one? And then to be calling
Growers the evolutionary gospel of ENCODE.
Yeah, but they were calling these guys crooks and ignoramuses. I mean, just all the name calling. I'm just like, what's up with that? That was really distasteful to me. I said, these guys are working very hard to try to solve problems of heritable diseases, and they didn't deserve to be treated like that. I just that was really distasteful. I said, this is not a climate to advance medical research if you can't tell it like it is. If you don't have the freedom to make a mistake or to tell it the way you see it, that's very important. Yeah. And it just grated. It just upset the evolutionary biologist. And there's lots of stuff now in biology that doesn't fit the evolutionary narrative, such as the exquisite way that biology is fine-tuned to the extreme limits of physics. So as far as the application of intelligent design and creationism, I wouldn't say that we necessarily need to apply it. We just need to have good science that's not hindered by ideology that is purely naturalistic. Because a good example is, what if our genomes are deteriorating? That would lend evidence to the idea of young Earth creationism, at least the creation of recency of the appearance of man. And we ought to be all of us ought to be concerned that our genomes are deteriorating. And I read the works of geneticists, and I had in my debate with Dr. Dan, I said, look at all these. Can you name one geneticist that thinks the human genome is improving? And I asked Dr. Dan point blank, I said, do you think the human genome's improving? And he and I are on good terms, but he really did dodge that question. If you look at it, I didn't get a straight yes or no, or I don't know. I'm just like, what was the answer? And that is relevant. And yes, the result of that may look very unfavorable to evolutionary theory, but you got to deal with the data.
Yep, exactly. And just to kind of tie back into something that the ogre said a little bit ago here, you made the statement that atheism doesn't have a dogma. Well, that's not completely true. I think doctrine was the word you used.
Yeah,
that's
doctrine.
That's not completely true. Because if you want to go down that road, there is a doctrine that you have to believe, or at least in order to be consistent with your atheism, you have to believe it. I don't think Danny does, but this is an area where he's not real consistent with his atheism. You have to believe in evolution, because if you don't, you have no explanation for how we got here.
So I think you're using doctrine differently than I intended it.
Okay.
I'd say there's tenets you have to follow, but like doctrine would be like a strict set of like a doctrine in the Christian faith would be like water baptism or something like that. Like there's like stuff like that. But yeah, I'm sure there's bullet points that all atheists probably fall under. I'd agree with that.
Okay. Then I think we're on the same page. Then I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you meant. So I apologize for that. The other point I'd like to make is you point out in the geology, in the rocks, I guess the rock heads, if we want to call them that.
I'm fine.
No, I'm just picking it because I hate rocks. But anyway.
Well, we all make poor choices in life sometimes.
But I think that there's probably people in that field who are young Earth 6-day creationists, but they know the same thing I know. If they go public while they're in the studies or while they're in the working, they'll lose their job or they'll get kicked out of the school they're in. And this has happened to at least one paleontologist that I know of, and that would be Marcus Ross. He was booted out of his PhD program for being a creationist, although there was some politics involved with that as well.
Sure.
Because you can't get away from politics. But you know, he's not. I mean, this has happened. These people get kicked out of their jobs. They get kicked out of their degree programs.
Yeah.
So you know, that may explain why people who hold to that view just decide they're going to shut up and keep their job and keep their degree.
Well, what I was first of all, everything I say is anecdotal, of course. So I don't know every geo in the world.
Right,
but,
obviously.
I think I was looking at more at what Sal and Maddox were talking about on like a application level. Like if you're an exploration or geologist, Noah's flood doesn't. And I don't want to get into this new geology conversation if we don't want to do that. But Noah's flood doesn't like help you understand the environment better necessarily. So while people can believe Noah's flood happened, most of the ones I know still go back to those foundational classes they had in sedimentology and what have you to actually do their job. Whereas what Sal's talking about, a biologist, maybe I'm going to grant Sal to be correct for the statement here, biologists may be hampered or hamstrung by evolutionary theory and not being able to ask the proper questions. Well, again, I haven't seen that personally. I could be wrong. You probably know some people that would disagree with that statement, but just how I've seen it.
I can't argue the statement because I don't know enough about geology. The only rocks I have are the ones in my head. So I avoid geology like the plague. So I'll let that go at that. But Sal, if you want to jump in, go ahead.
Yeah, I think an interesting area, Noah's, the flood model is not yet, it has not yet been applicable by and large, but I think it could contribute to earthquake prediction. I've just not had enough time to explore that, but Walter Brown has been making he made some bold predictions about seismic activity. I just haven't had time, because I've been focusing on biology. I wanted to do physics and cosmology. I ended up landing in biology. But I think the one with biology is forthcoming, and I actually think stuff in physics could open up. Because when I was in graduate school, I did study alternate methods of chemical and electrical means of changing nuclear structure, and that does affect the profiles of radiometric decay, but it also opens up a lot of other fields. So I'm cautiously optimistic if civilization's able to stay together and people aren't totally deplatformed for whatever reason, that things could move forward in very interesting directions. Also, I've actually done some research, even some experiments in the area of variable speed of light, and there's some interesting stuff there. I rebuilt a interferometer that Reginald Cahill described, and I had inconclusive results. But I think that the young Earth creationist community, if they actually focused on the science rather than the preaching, there could be some very interesting things that will develop. So, but if the criticism is that we haven't seen enough, I have no problem saying that. I think in time we might start to see some very compelling developments.
Yeah, it's interesting with the variable speed of light. There's been papers put forth on that as a solution to the inflation problem, and that was back in like 2002, I think it was. It was. Let's see. I got a book on it. Let's see.
Oh, that was John Miguejo. But there've been other theories of light that have also been challenged. Now, the thing that really caught my attention.
Well, I know multiple people put it forth. I'm saying that his was the most recent one, and his math solved the inflation problem, or a huge portion of the inflation problem, and in Planck time and everything, and it basically just got completely dismissed. Like nobody challenged it. Nobody actually countered it. It was just kind of like, oh yeah, and then whatever. Let's just move on. We're just going to go back to the assumption that that's not correct, and we've got to come up with some crazy. Just accept that everything else didn't apply in that time frame. Like let's just it's a bubble. We got to blow up a balloon. Well,
I'll tell you, it's been an exciting 3 years. I totally saw it coming. The headlines of cosmology in crisis, and now I reported on my channel, former professor at my undergrad, George Mason. He's now with an institute over in India. I believe that's his homeland. He and three of his colleagues got published in the prestigious Astronomy and Astrophysics International Journal, openly criticizing the Big Bang. And I said, this is a big deal. It's becoming mainstream to start to express doubt.
That sounds familiar to me, Sal. I think I might be familiar with the paper you're talking about. So
yeah, but whether it's right or wrong, I'll tell you that when I was going through school, the faculty and the students, you could hear some grumblings. It may have been the minority, but I did notice that these guys would make just very derogatory remarks. And then Ciceroy, who was the lead author of that paper, he was very open about his anti-Big Bang views at George Mason. And there are two other professors there of prominence. They're saying it. I'm just like, what's the deal here? I guess the Big Bang isn't a done deal. And as I studied it more, my eyes started to open, and I began to hear the grumbling. And I'm like, yeah, when all the headlines started coming in 2019 about the Crisis in Cosmology, it was no surprise. I said I saw it coming. I could hear all the dissatisfaction with the theory, and it's starting to trickle out now. And we'll see where this goes. If this rebellion kind of grows, then I guess it's going to be an anarchy in cosmology, and that's going to be exciting.
Well, you would think there might be anarchy in cosmology. I honestly do wonder the extent to which whether true or false, the level of it must be true has been ingrained, similar to neo-Darwinism, right? Like, I mean, and like you just have to look at like the third wave movement and all that kind of stuff, right? It's like that whole premise, the foundation of it is, neo-Darwinism in modern synthesis in no way, shape, form, or fashion accounts for everything. So we got to come up with something completely new, right? Or dramatically different. But then in terms of what is being taught, at least at the undergraduate level, that's not being brought up at all. I mean, correct me if I may be wrong on this, Emery. You may have more knowledge of this. He may have stepped away. He might not be back yet. But like, they're not getting into the fact that there's all sorts of gaping holes that they're now recognizing with the new discoveries. I mean,
gaping holes. We're told that it's perfect, that there are no flaws. At the graduate level, I'm being told this garbage.
Oh, hey, sidebar, guys. I read a paper earlier today on the epistemological status of evolutionary theory. Okay, that was the title of the paper. This is from 2018. All right, and they went through like historical evolution, biological, and like natural selection. I forget that. Anyway, they went through a couple different topics, and like like beyond reasonable doubt, weak reasonable doubt, all this kind of stuff, right? Guess what? One of the foundational pieces of evidence they used, actually the primary piece of evidence they used, to support the beyond reasonable doubt status of evolution. The freaking moths. The
Are
light.
you bloody kidding me?
I kid you not. This is from a 2018 paper. The epistemological status of evolutionary theory. I'm like, you're using the freaking moths as the foundational, like the primary piece of evidence for why it is true. Wow. Okay. I don't even know what to say at this point.
There are a lot of things I want to say, but oh my.
I'm gonna bounce off here and go to bed real quick, but a thought on that exact conversation topic. As an educator, right? I do wish there was a way to explain that. In truth, none of this stuff is 100%. You know, Big Bang is the explanation that fits best, but I'm not God. I can't tell you it's true. But there is it's hard to teach that to someone and not have them assume it's false if you don't tell them it's true. You know, like that dichotomy is, you got to go through a lot of education to find out that not everything needs to be 100% for it to work.
Well,
And
okay, I'd be okay with that, but not for the mobs because they made that whole thing up.
well, I'm not talking about the moths. I'm talking about in general. You know, in general, like especially at like a high school level, you can't say that. You can't teach. I have to teach evolution as a true statement, because if I slip up once, all of a sudden all the kids just assume I'm false because they're high schoolers. They don't know any better, you know. And I wish there was a way I could do it better, but I just don't know of one.
No, I can sympathize with teaching a high school class because I've done that. That's no fun. But like I taught high school science, so I understand like how this is. You gotta deal with things in a different fashion. But at the same time, like I don't mind saying that, you know, we think that evolution is that, but the two things that get under my skin are, one, the phony evidences like the mobs, like Haeckel's embryos, and the other one that gets under my skin is where they completely do not understand the position of the other side and then say that the stuff that the other side is perfectly okay with is good evidence for evolution, which is just mind-boggling. I in my graduate school textbook, I had to deal with speciation and natural selection are evidence for evolution. No, they're not. No, they're not. I, as a young Earth creationist, can have no problem with either one. So that doesn't count as evidence for evolution. It's a wash. Both sides are okay with it. It's a fact.
Okay, so get this. I'm going to quote from the paper, okay? So this is section 5, Darwinian evolution, natural selection, okay? The textbook example of natural selection relates to the story of the peppered moth in Manchester and other industrializing places in northwest England during the second half of the 19th century. Yada, 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 okay. Okay. This example of natural selection in action continues to be one of the clearest cases showing the typical roles played by phenotypic variation, inheritance, and adaptation. Since the light-colored peppered moths were less well adapted to their environment at the time, the number of them that made it to the stage of reproduction diminished, whereas the dark-colored moths survived to that stage more often, as a result of which they could transmit their hereditary traits to the next generation. This example illustrates how natural selection favors organisms that are best adapted to their environments. Indeed, the pivotal idea behind natural selection is that the better an organism is adapted to its environment, the greater its chance of survival. Okay, now, continuing on to the paper, they basically don't use, they use no other examples, right? Okay. However, that natural selection, thus, quote, folks, that natural selection, thus understood, plays some role in the development of life forms is not denied by anyone. Creationists, however, typically restrict its scope to what they call microevolution, relatively minor changes that develop within species. Adherents of the neo-Darwinian account of evolution, by contrast, reject any distinction between micro and macroevolution and claim that natural selection explains the full spectrum of life's diversity. I'm like,
there is so
okay.
much wrong with that. So, I don't even know where to start.
Okay, so now coming to the scrolling down to the very end here. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, thus understood. However, the randomness of mutations is compatible with divine guidance of the evolutionary process. Hence, there is no reason why theists should be critical of natural selection. Yeah.
Oh, but by the way,
I got to say good night. So
have a good
night. Take care.
Appreciate
Moths the proof of evolution. Goodbye.
Oh, get out of here. Go to bed.
Oh, man. Okay, so as you can imagine, guys, as I was reading this paper, I was cracking up at this stuff. I'm like, wow, we are...
and this passes peer review.
Yes.
This passes peer review. This is garbage.
Garbage passes peer review these days for origins. Thankfully, not for other fields. By and large, I hope. At least I hope not.
Gender studies, Sal?
Huh?
Gender studies?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
There's another one. There's at least one in the field.
You can hoax them. Oh, by the way, I dropped something in chat. Emery and I had a show where we just read a peer-reviewed paper, 2016. What's wrong with evolutionary biology? That was a great paper. We couldn't stop laughing through the whole thing.
I've read that paper. That's the one where they like isn't that the one that may be different? I'm thinking of the. I've read the one you're talking about, and I forget if it was this line was in that one or if a different one, but they literally said something, quasi paraphrasing of, "Do we actually need to come up with a new form of synthesis?" Like at what point it was basically what the heck, guys? Like every time we keep coming with these new variations, they fail miserably in terms of like the actual foundational understanding of an explanation for the origination of the novel requirements versus the optimization of existing function. Like it's quick sidebar before I forget this. So SFT is having their global flood conference this coming week. Tomorrow at 4 Eastern, 3 Central is the first one, and then on the 5th, 7th, and 8th, they've got 3 more live stream lectures. They're going to be at 4 o'clock. First 3 are at 4 o'clock Eastern, and then the last one's at 8 o'clock. So make sure you go over to SFT's channel and check that out, because they're going to be discussing a lot of things about the flood from different perspectives, geology, physics, biology, just covering a whole bunch of topics. Got some really good experts coming in to discuss that topic. So make sure to go over and check that stuff out. No, sorry to interrupt you, Sal. What were you saying?
Oh, no, I didn't even know I didn't see it on his channel.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they have them all scheduled yet. He just sent me a message about the.
I didn't even know. So thanks for that's why I was a little shell shocked to even hear that. So
yeah, just messaged me about that. Yeah, like I said, first one tomorrow 4 p.m. Eastern. So make sure to everybody needs to go and check that stuff out.
But I guess regarding that article, I think why wouldn't it be fair to throw that in a biology class?
Because people would have to think, Sal, and they don't want them to do that.
Yeah. They tell you what to think, not how to think. And it would, that's the thing that Emery and I had talked about. I said, amongst themselves, they'll admit the problems, but they have to put on a certain public face. And so in an obscure journal, they're willing to accept it because they figured no one's going to read it. And it's just by accident, ironically, thank God for Google, because that's how I found it. I just Googled the term evolutionary biology useless. And I found that
Hey, sidebar, guys. Speaking of like using Google to find like papers on all sorts of interesting topics, so I've got to get another jab in at speed of pudding. So earlier they were talking about one of the examples of like this new thing that I've used, right, is translational pausing in protein synthesis, right? And the irony was they were claiming that they haven't been able to find anything on Google about this topic. And I'm just like, okay, so number one, I've got like 4 papers on translational pausing in my Google Drive folder. So that's point 1. Point 2 is I used Google. I searched translational pausing in protein synthesis. Then I used the search tool in Google to say past year. And there were like 15 papers from between 2020 and 2021 on translational pausing. I'm like, and these people are claiming that I make crap up or go find obscure outlier stuff that they can never seem to find. John is so mean. He tells us to go Google it. And then we do, and I can't find anything. And I'm like, how can you not do this? Same thing, there was an atheist on comments talking trash. And I told him to go look up the validation stage of life and like the psychology studies and stuff on it. And like, I can't find anything on this. And I'm like, search validation stage of life. And like the very first thing that comes up is about this topic, right? And they said they searched it and couldn't find anything. I'm just like, what search tool are you guys using that somehow you're unable to type in the exact same search query as I do? And somehow you're unable to find the exact same information. I don't understand it. It makes no sense.
Well, I'm not gonna wade into that too heavily because I know how when I first started getting into this, I struggled with trying to find papers. But now that I've been doing it for a while, it's like, okay, it takes me 5 minutes to find a dozen papers on a topic. But I think some of them, like, they just don't want to find answers. Some of them just don't know how to find answers. They don't know what to look for. They don't know. But some of them, it's just they want to stay atheists. They don't want to, they don't want to agree with. They just don't want to agree with any kind of theistic position. So they won't search anything a theist says. Which is why the same reason I get people making fun of me for posting articles that are literally basically word for word from good grade graduate school assignments with a little bit of creationist spin at the end because, I couldn't turn that in. And I get people saying, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. No. It's like, either A, you didn't read this, or B, you don't know what you're talking about. One of the two. And the thing is, they don't want any kind of theistic position to be true. So they just automatically attack it. It's not like they know that there's something wrong with it. They just attack because they don't want to have to actually consider.
No, that's very true. And I think what you're talking about also kind of dovetails into, like you kind of stated, they didn't go read it for themselves. Like the number of assertions that are made by people who have not ever bothered to go find out, even on the surface level, if the talking point that they are regurgitating is actually valid. And I don't mean, and I'm not limiting this assessment just to like laymen. I mean, I see it with, well, I mean, I think the case in point of like that paper I was quoting from on the epistemic state of epistemic status of evolutionary theory, right? Like, if they had taken the time to go and research that for 2 seconds, they should have been able to find all sorts of things that kind of debunk that, at least as something they would necessarily want to have as their foundational piece of evidence in favor of the conclusion they're reaching. Like, you might have it as a secondary piece of evidence, but you probably don't want to have it to be your one and only. Not only is it your primary, it's your only. It's your singular piece of evidence to prove natural selection. I mean, wow. Like, I guess same thing kind of plays with the the things that are in the, despite the it's not like that. The fact that college level textbooks still have late night brain freeze. Who was the guy with the all the embryo sketches? There was Heckle, yeah. They still have the Heckle sketches in the textbooks in 2021.
Yep.
Like, yep. Oh no, that's just a bunch of, that's a propaganda line talking point from ID and creation proponents. Like, that's not how it is. It's like no, it's still in there. Not in every single textbook, but it's still in a lot of them.
And the thing is, like, in that Snopes article that came out about a month and a half ago, where some Scottish professor came and said creationism is a conspiracy theory. You know what he cited as one of the evidences that evolution was true? Haeckel's embryos.
Yep.
And I just died. I'm like, you're a moron. Like, you didn't do 3 seconds worth of searching to find out that Haeckel's embryos were fraudulent and have been known to be fraudulent for 150 years.
Yep. Well, what's interesting about that too is, and I think the atheist worldview. Okay, what is going on? Something about me being blocked. I'm not sure what's going on here. The Randolph Richardson's in the side chat. He, as an atheist, he is the epitome of what we're talking about. Like, in my debate with him, have you gone and actually looked at these things? Well, no, I haven't. So you're an activist. You're being an activist, but you don't go and like look and see if there's the positions that you're putting forth are valid or invalid, or probable, more or less probable. Like, I don't understand this. I would never be an activist if I hadn't, at a minimum, gone and look for this and at least have some foundation of it rather than what I've been told to believe. Especially when you're interacting on a regular basis with individuals who are arguing that the supposedly rock solid foundation upon which you rely is not rock solid. And here's why. But then you refuse to actually go, and you always make excuses about not having the time to go find out if your position is true or false. Like, to me, that's like that is the antithesis of how I operate my life, right? Like, if I was taking a position on something outside of this topic, right, professionally or whatever, and I was out there like, go back to my days in tech, right? Like, oh no, we could totally solve XYZ problem if we just use this API, right? And then one of my developers would be like, yeah, John, so they shut down that API. We can't have access to that anymore. I'd be like, really? Serious? Oh yeah, they cut it off a couple months ago. And I'm like, they're like, crap. Okay, well, let's go Google it and see if we can find something else that does similar capacity, right? Like, that's what you would do immediately, right?
Right. Yep.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna go find another solution. Versus, or be like, at a minimum, I'm gonna like go and Google. Let's say the same developer be like, man, I think they might have shut that one down. I know I saw an article about like sometime this year they were thinking about like shutting down that platform, right? Mm-hmm. What are we gonna go do? You're sure as heck gonna go and do some research to find out whether it's going to be active. It's currently active, but it's going to be shut down in 6 months. We probably don't want to build this new custom web app using a API for XYZ functions if by the time we get done with it, they're going to be shutting off.
Right.
Like
Yep.
that third-party system is no longer going to be accessible. Like, sweet, we built the thing, we launched it, and now it doesn't work. Like, you would never do this. Like, it's complete anathema to any kind of rational thought, except in the atheist worldview. Then it's like, no, shields up. Let's not ever question anything that we're putting forth.
I mean, I'm not going to comment too strong because I didn't watch the debate, so I don't know what all went on. But because I personally don't enjoy debates very much, I just don't. But like, just as a general rule of thumb, if I'm now it depends on the area. Like, if I'm presented with something, some kind of argument in a field that I don't really care that much about or doesn't really have an impact on my life, I might just go, whatever, kind of shrug my shoulders and ignore it. But, in biology and to a lesser extent in geology, chemistry, cosmology, if I'm presented with an argument that I don't have an answer for, at least right off the top of my head, I'm going to go look it up because, or at least maybe put it on the back burner right now with grad school. But it's something that's going to go on the list of, hey, I want to look this up and see what the arguments are and what the positions are and what the data says, because that's just how I mean, maybe I'm just too, I don't know, maybe I'm just too scientific about it. I don't know, but that's just, I want to search out the data and see what it actually says. I don't want to just take somebody's word. I want to actually, dig into the literature and see what it says. So,
yeah, that would be the rational method to follow. And just to me, that's just such baseline common sense. The fact that it's not, and for a lot of these people that we're interacting with, especially online, it's like the outlier position versus the commonality. And I find it very bizarre, like very, very weird. Hence, like the title of tonight's stream, like atheists reaching new levels of stupidity. Like, are you're? I know they're not actually this. Like, not some of them are, but the majority of them are not this dumb from a IQ standpoint. Like, they have the capacity for higher levels of critical thinking and information processing. Like, they have the capacity, except in this topic. It's amazing.
I mean, I'm to kind of go back to something that Sal said a little earlier. When they will, the ones that are actually involved in doing the research, they'll admit in the peer-reviewed literature that there are problems when they think they're only talking to other scientists, which leads me to the inescapable conclusion that they think creationists can't read, because they are very open about the problems with evolution or the things that the things wrong with it on a epistemological level or what have you. And they're very open about it in the literature. Like, it's not now they don't consider creation, but they do say, hey, there is this problem, or there's this problem, or there's this problem, or whatever. But then when creationists point out that, hey, your literature says there's X problem, they all just come together in one giant ball and go, oh, no, there's no problems. Everything's good. We can read, and we can understand the big fancy scientific words that you like to use. So I don't like... I get the feeling that they're in the ivory towers of academia. They think that creationists are these dumb country yokels who can barely read and write, and thus will never read their papers. And they always are stunned when a creationist actually does read their papers and understands them intelligently.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, case in point, earlier today with Pudding in the Gang, they were stating exactly that. Like, well, I mean, they're reading the papers, but they're just not actually understanding them entirely. It's like, so because I'm able to apply a concept that is being expounded upon in a paper, and I'm then applying that logic to a bigger picture and taking a variety of pieces of evidence in order to form a macro level conclusion, or not as a conclusion, but like a reasonable expectation, right? this is the path that makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how that doesn't make sense. Like, why wouldn't you be doing this yourself? I'm talking about the speed of putting in the gang, right? Like, I don't just accept at face value or not apply a concept to a bigger picture. Like, why wouldn't you do that? And I think this goes back to the thing we talk about of like the 1 + 2 = 3. I mean, if you can't do that in I'm talking about the business world and stuff, you get fired. And in the world of professional, outside of academia, if you can't do an analysis of multiple variables and then come to a novel conclusion, you're a worthless piece of garbage from an employment perspective.
Pretty much, yep.
And I don't want, why you would want to be nothing but a talking point repeater it's so bizarre to me.
Yeah, I don't understand why people just want to parrot other people's talking points without actually researching them. Now, I get parroting somebody else's argument if it's an area outside your sphere. Like, if somebody asks me a question about cosmology, I'll be honest with you, I'm probably going to repeat an argument that somebody else has given me, because cosmology is not my forte. It's not something I understand. But if somebody asks me a question about biology, now somebody else may have made a good argument, and I will. If somebody else has made a good argument in response to that question, I'll borrow from it. But I'm not just going to repeat someone's talking point without critically thinking about it.
Yeah, and that point you're making of this is what I find very interesting about a lot of the YouTube atheists, right? Of like, unless you have PhD in X topic and operative word, you are not a naturalist. Then your conclusion cannot have any semblance of credibility or validity.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a naturalist, you don't need to have the PhD in X topic in order to have 100% valid conclusions and assertions. It's like, okay, so
That's
I'm
pretty
not really
close.
sure. That's kind of like called a double standard, I think. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's something that happens quite a bit, where a creationist will have a PhD in the topic he's talking about, but because he's not a naturalist, he is dismissed out of hand. Whereas a evolutionist will have no degree at all. Professor Dave comes to mind, and come out and spew the talking points that are in line with naturalism, and all of a sudden he knows what he's talking about, but James Tour doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
2 + 3 does not equal 4, folks. I'm sorry, it just doesn't.
Oh, sidebar. Also, Speed of Pudding, who supposedly knows, and Immutable, who know everything. Did you watch the Dr. Tour abiogenesis video on chiral-induced spin selectivity?
I did. It lost me.
Okay,
I have to go back and watch it again.
It's very cool, but it was really cracking me up in Pudding's channel or stream earlier. They were talking about me mentioning this whole deal in one of my debates and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, they were not recognizing the significance of the spin selectivity in relation. They thought I was just arguing about homochirality in general versus the significance of the chiral-induced spin selectivity in relation to the homochiral problem and the reinforcement of it, and like how it stands it's a crazy barrier in the whole premise of like, oh, well, we don't have to have homochirality, like it can be mixed earlier on and like fix itself. And that was the whole point of the chiral-induced spin selectivity, is that basically annihilates the premise of not having to have homochirality from the very beginning. And
I want to address something that Andrew said in the chat. Andrew, yeah, ideally, that an expert should have expertise in the field, but see, that's kind of a non-issue though, because like if I get, I don't know, Dr. Georgia Purdom up here to talk about genetics and how it doesn't fit the evolutionary model. She's got a PhD in molecular genetics. Do you think that an evolutionist would listen to her? Would you listen to her? No, you wouldn't, because the preconceived, I mean, you might, but the general evolutionary population would not, because there's a preconceived commitment to materialistic naturalism. And so even if she could talk for an hour and present a very strong case that the genetics does not support the Darwinian worldview, and it wouldn't move most people, because most people have a preconceived commitment to materialism. It's not about who has the experts. There are experts on both sides. It's about the preconceived notions that these experts bring in. Like, I'm not an expert under your definition of an expert on polyploidy. But I'll tell you what, I could probably sit down with most of the experts and have an intelligent conversation. Not because I've got any kind of massive training in it. It's because I have spent a lot of time reading their papers.
Yeah.
I mean, just as I have 4 of those big brown manila folders full of printed articles, and that doesn't even cover all the articles I've read on that, just on that topic. Right? And now, does that make me an expert in your definition? No, it doesn't. But I'll tell you what, I could have an intelligent conversation about the topic. And that's the thing. Like, just because someone doesn't have the training in the relevant field doesn't mean they have not trained themselves. This is the Google era. It's easy to access scientific papers and read them and understand, learn things from them. Yeah, you may not be able to do the experimental procedures exactly the way that they need to be done because you don't have experience with that, but you can understand the concepts. The experimental stuff you can be taught, because that's basically just, you use this vial here and you use this chemical. You can be taught that if you already understand the concepts when you walk into it. Right? Now, again, yes, Andrew, I know Google does not equal scientific training, but we live in a Google era. You can look things up. You can look up concepts. You can educate yourself. Right? Darwin never
Emery,
had a science class.
Emery.
Yeah.
Emery. So the points that are being made by Andrew have zero substance. And you know why?
I'm aware of that.
Well, no, I'm saying, I'm this is for the audience, for the trash talkers. Maybe that Andrew will use his own brain here. We're talking to a high school senior who uses Google to research stuff and to expand his own knowledge base. Both Sal and you, who are in academia formally, in different stages, right? You guys use Google on a daily basis.
There's a wonderful thing called Google Scholar.
Right. To go and do research on different concepts and find supporting arguments if you're looking at a specific topic, you're searching for those keywords and those tags for those papers, which guess what? All those papers now have tags in the freaking intros, right? Like, here's the different keywords that we're putting into our paper so that people can search for them and find specific components of this topic. And now you're just saying, but I don't claim to know everything, do I? And like, Andrew, do you think that we're claiming that we know everything? This is where I find atheists on YouTube wonder why I make titles of streams like "Atheists Reaching New Levels of Stupidity." I mean, it's like you're literally fulfilling the predictions and the reasons I make these types of assertions.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like,
Andrew, I'm not John. I'm not quite as aggressive as John is, but like, there is no way, shape, or form where I would claim I know everything, even about a topic that I've researched thoroughly, like polyploidy. Not even close. But I can at least have an intelligent conversation because I understand the concepts, and that's the point I'm trying to get across. It is easy now in our modern world where we have Google at our fingertips on our phones to easily look up a topic and get a grasp of a topic. You don't have to understand all the ins and outs this way. I mean, yeah, you're not going to be able to perform the lab experiments or what have you, but you can at least have an understanding of a topic without having to go to graduate school to get it. I'll be honest, the only reason I'm going to graduate school, because I'll be honest with you, other than like biostats I'm learning stuff, but a lot of my classes, I'm not learning a whole lot. But the reason I'm doing it is it's one of those things where you have to do it to get ahead, because even though I know a lot because I research in my free time, it doesn't show up on your resume. So you kind of have to. Now let me put it out there this way. I'm in no way saying that a scientific degree is useless. It's not. It's very useful, and that kind of education and that kind of practice is very helpful. But I'm also not saying that just because someone doesn't have a degree, that makes them automatically incapable of having a discussion about a topic. And that's what I find a lot of atheists and evolutionists think. They think that if you don't have a PhD, and agree with them, but if you don't have a PhD and agree with them, you're an idiot. And I'm sorry, that's not true.
Well, you know why they say that? They don't really have any real arguments.
Well,
that's what I find when they run out of, when they can't actually address the issues, they'll make up this side stuff. And they're saying, well, James Stewart doesn't study origin of life. He's a synthetic chemist. Did you see where a lot of the papers, who wrote them? They were synthetic chemists.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so that's what kind of gets me. It's like, okay, you just can't acknowledge, some of these guys just can't acknowledge that you can't counter the argument. So then this is a veiled ad hominem attack. But I'll tell you why James Stewart doesn't publish An Origin of Life. He has more integrity to do something so stupid and dishonest as to say, hey, I came up with this very careful recipe to make this chemical. That shows how it can happen in a prebiotic earth. That's dishonest. That's the origin of life industry right now. And to say then that he hasn't published in it, that's not a good criticism. Who had as much integrity as James Stewart, who would want to do pseudoscience like that? Dishonest science. I couldn't live with myself if I built an experiment that was carefully designed. If you didn't get, if you interchange some of the pages of your recipe and it doesn't work, and then to say this will happen in a random soup, I couldn't live with myself. I mean, some of these people probably can because they actually believe it, somehow in their, that's where they have this compartmentalization of their skeptical mind. Just because they want to support naturalism, they'll just ignore that. The honest thing to say is that, boy, we really had a hard time doing this. It's hard to imagine how this could happen in prebiotic soup, but they don't say that. And for a community that claims to be skeptical, why not get outsiders to talk? See, that's a double standard. It's like, okay, we'll be skeptical when it suits us, but then we won't when it doesn't suit our narrative.
Yeah, let me jump in here, because Red Barrel Rider just left a comment in the chat where he basically said, "Oh, we love to cite legit papers, but then ignore the conclusions." Yeah, because the conclusions are garbage half the time. I remember reading through a paper. This was a paper that came out about a year and a half ago. It was talking about Homo florensis, or something related to Florensius. It was a supposedly new proto-human fossil that it came out. They found in the Philippines or somewhere in Southeast Asia. I don't remember exactly where it was. But the paper, essentially, the whole paper, you read through the paper, and it's just like, and it's basically saying ape like, all the way down. You get to the conclusion, and it says, therefore, we classify it as Homo. And I went, the entire paper, you've been calling this an ape-like fossil. And then now you want to turn back around and tell me that this is Homo. Drop dead. Your conclusion is not supported by your arguments. And this is common, because they know if they don't put a little Evo spin in the conclusion, they won't get published. So I'm sorry, just because the conclusion says something, I want to see their data, because a conclusion is an interpretation. It's not fact. It's them drawing a conclusion from their data that may or may not be supported by the data. I want to see the data. That's what matters, not what the researchers say about the data. It's what matters is the data. Sorry, mini rant. Anyway.
Well, I mean, I think case in point of what what you were saying there. I'm seeing if I can find this. I was looking at it earlier, just in the context of like genome differences between humans and chimps, for example, right? It's like, okay, it's not that big a deal. It's very small, very similar, yada, 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 yada. And then if you actually go and like read the papers, it's like, I was reading one from this year. I'm trying to find it right now. I was reading it earlier today. And it's like on the indels, like for folks don't know, it's insertions and deletions. There was, I think it was 1,800 different, just this one category between humans and chimp DNA. 1,800! And they're like, oh, these differences must have come from indels. I'm like, so you're talking about some pretty significant variations in the functional genome, what you guys even consider the functional genome, and they must have been insertions or deletions. That's the justification. That's the foundational reason for these variations. And I was gonna be like, well, how many? Like, let's look at this. Like, how many? What kind of base pair differences are we talking about now? Are we in millions? Yep. I mean, the numbers are starting to get ridiculous, and it's just not. It's like, yeah, it's a small portion. It might be a small portion of the overall genome. But I was kind of making this point last night in relation to like a website as an example, right? Like, you can have the majority of the code could be 99% the same, but you have an entirely different website. Even though if you did a code audit, you would have all of the similarity. But nobody would ever make the case that one came from the other. Anyway, enough of my tangent.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're gonna get many rants from me on this because, like, I can sit and read, and Andrew made a good point. Like, the data is always going to be interpretable. That's true. But this is where your starting point comes in, because if you assume that evolution is true, then you're going to interpret the data to support what you already believe to be true.
And no matter how bad the conclusion is,
no matter how ridiculous it sounds.
I can't believe some of the garbage I'm hearing. I'm like, do you really believe that? You got to be kidding. I'll give an example. Because one of my favorite proteins is the zinc finger protein. The zinc finger protein, some of them, they're a variety. They're what they call multivalent and monovalent. The monovalent are very interesting. They can pick out one specific segment of DNA out of your 3 gigabase genome. Just think about that. Mm-hmm. That protein can pick out that segment exactly. And there are differences among creatures between that DNA. I mean, between the zinc finger and the corresponding DNA. Do you know that it's just like if you start changing a lock, you have to change the key to keep it working. And they totally see that problem. They said, you know what? That means it co-evolved. The DNA sequence changed and the protein changed simultaneously. I was like, how did that happen? Don't you have these huge waiting time problems? They don't even consider that. I just laughed. I pointed that out between some creationist faculty who teach at either secular schools, but I mean, they are faculty level. And they laughed too. They saw how stupid it sounded. Mm-hmm. I know that probably went over, that's really technical. But I just see garbage like that all the time. I said, do you guys have any skeptical thought? And then there's these other things about promiscuous domains. These genes share pieces from other genes that don't follow common ancestry. They say, oh, it clearly got horizontally transferred there just in the right spot. And it just happened to be functional. I said, you really believe that garbage?
Well, and not only...
go on.
Well, and you know that a lot of the horizontal gene transfer stuff, they actually admit they don't actually know if it was transferred. It's assumption. Yeah. It's assumption.
And these are partial. These are partial horizontal transfers.
Right.
That's what's really outrageous. You're gonna do
not even a full sequence. Not even a full sequence. It just grabbed like half of it, and then in the perfect spot, cut it, and then inserted that little half into the perfect spot in the G. And that's the thing that always gets me about the. It's like they want to argue that it's all just deterministic chemistry and whatnot, and it's like, okay, cool, awesome, let's go down that rabbit hole. This means you now have to have it in the specific, especially for like prokaryotes, like you have to have this in the exact linear position. Otherwise, you're SOL. Like, if it's not in the right spot linearly, you're toast. Like, it doesn't work. You're done. And it's like the fact that gets glossed over blows me away. I'm like, so Evo atheist idiots, like you have to have all of the factors in the exact spot in order for all this to work. You can actually get away with it not being in the exact linear spot, at least theoretically, in the eukaryote, not in the prokaryote. But somehow that just managed to evolve. And not only did you get the correct sequence, you also got the correct positioning of the sequence. And in my opinion, this applies to abiogenesis, but just evolution in general, like you don't see how that doesn't really fit any kind of random mutation process being a remotely plausible conclusion. So you're telling me that you have, at some point, you're going to have 500,000 base pairs all in the correct order. Really? That's what you're arguing. That's what you're claiming. So we picked somehow they picked the life in an undirected process picked a lottery ticket that was 500,000 numbers long. Wow. You guys are taking such incredible leaps of faith on this one. And but simultaneously going to accuse me of God of the Gaps mindset. Like, to me, I'm like, which one of us is actually taking the greater leap of faith? Because there's no way, shape, form, or fashion I would ever conclude that it wasn't cheating if somebody picked a 500 million number long winning lottery ticket.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody would ever conclude that.
Yeah, people ask me why I'm a creationist. It's like, I think it takes more faith to believe that this can happen by natural processes defined by our accepted laws of physics, chemistry, and probability, especially for abiogenesis, and then all these other things, which, by the way, I'm glad we're having this conversation because you've given me ideas of shows I need to give. One of them is on this whole nonsense of coevolution, and another one will be on promiscuous domains. My professor at the NIH wrote a paper on promiscuous domains with Eugene Koonin. And I need to report on that because people aren't talking about it. And you're going to have all these gene transfer, some of these promiscuous domains, you have to be splicing multiple genes to make one functional one. And then, as you pointed out, how did it grab the right section? I mean, how many trials are you going to have to do with random gene splicing?
Well,
and I heard, yeah.
Well, and here's the thing with me. Let's assume that the horizontal gene splicing, the partial horizontal gene splicing, let's assume that actually was done. In my opinion, that's actually going to lend itself towards more of an AI component that could recognize this partial sequence as the solutions that is needed, versus which puts a whole new level of complexity into the equation, right? But let's assume that's what happened. I mean, like, in my opinion, you're not lending credence to evolution, like the evolutionary model, if that's what actually occurred. I mean, that level of specificity is a whole new animal to contemplate. And to me, when you look at the examples that we are starting to recognize of very controlled adaptations and expression of gene variations and alternative splicing and stuff in real-time context to account for real-time variables. Like, so the capacity for this exists. We observe that. We observe the real-time variable expression. How are you accounting for this without the capacity being pre-existent? I'm really not following you. And then this correlates with something you kind of mentioned earlier, but the optimization and the ability to be optimized in the both macro level from a functionality perspective, but in terms of like the micro optimizations that we agree upon. But I'm like, that is indicative of machine learning equivalency. Like if you're being able to do real and like I don't know. It's like you're having sensors, you have data input and variable output. This is high-level mind-bending technology, and we want to equate it with random chemical reactions and undirected process. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
It's just, this whole thing is just chemistry. I mean, again, it may be a stupid argument, but you have to still address it in a succinct way. And it actually I didn't have a good answer when I think Speed of Sound one time threw that at you. And I'm like, yeah, it's a ridiculous claim, but how do you refute it intelligently? And I realized the way to answer it. It's like, okay, so a chemical factory is just chemistry. You don't need any intelligence to build a chemical factory. That's how I would respond now. But sometimes some of these debates, Brandolini's law, it's months later that I realize, oh, that was a stupid thing, but this is how to counter it.
Well, and to me, I mean, where I go nowadays is humans are currently creating synthetic proteins. Like we are currently attempting to synthesize our own novel variations of biological function. Or is there any context in which you would argue what we are creating, even if it's made out of freaking chemicals, are you arguing that that is not the result of intelligent agency? Like, because I think that the people who are doing the research in the lab would probably punch you in the face if you like came and looked at their project and what they've created and then be like, okay, cool, bunch of chemicals, that's awesome. No big deal. Like, yeah. Nothing you did has any like your input and your research you've been doing for the last freaking decade or whatever it's been on, like the millions of dollars that's been spent, the countless hours of brain power from multiple people of high levels of intellect and training. Like, yeah, what you guys did, nothing special. Like that could have happened by chance. I mean, they would look at you and be like, get the hell out of my lab. Get out of my lab. Like
we'll use Immutable Destiny's line. There's no intelligence needed. Why do we need you?
Exactly. I mean, I'm like, I don't understand how you guys are not comprehending like how dumb these kinds of assertions are about like, oh, it's just like, I get that. Literally everything in existence is made out of elements. What's your point? Like you could go down that rabbit hole and be like, I mean, well, it's made out of molecules, therefore it's 100% natural. Like,
well, again, I began to realize this. That's the sort of stuff you say when you don't have an argument. You just grab whatever stupid straw you have available to hide because you don't have an argument. To deal with it as is, you have to admit, oh my goodness, this is really, at the very least, it's very improbable. It's just not natural. And we're very lucky that people like James Carter are kind of joining some of our streams. He was actually a genetic engineer making artificial insulins, trying to grow them inside bacteria. It was brutally hard.
Yeah.
He found out kind of the hard way. I'm sorry?
I said, I can't imagine why.
It's just chemistry.
No intelligence required.
No intelligence required.
Oh man, you remember that stream you, Artangelo, and James did with Dak?
Dak.
Man, that guy is a borderline retard. I'm serious. I don't say that lightly. I mean, that guy has clearly been doing way too many drugs out in LA while he's been like trying to be an actor or whatever, because the inability, like the way he kept, like James, all of you guys did, but Like James kept like completely annihilating his talking points.
LPP, your mic is going
Is it crackling or is it
really bad?
Okay.
Crackling.
Like, to the point where I
crackling.
can't even understand some of your words.
Yeah, crackling. Oh well, I think he's gonna restart.
Here we go again.
So I have some good ideas for future streams now on my show. I was thinking what I should do next. So I hope. Go ahead, LPP.
How about now? Is it better?
Much better.
Okay.
What happened?
I had to refresh. I don't understand. It's so weird.
Hey, it took 2 hours for that to happen this time. So,
Okay, good. The I forget what the point I was making was, but anyway, what was I talking about?
Something about Donald Kronos.
Oh yes, Dr. Carter just kept utterly annihilating his talking point after talking point, and it was like he had no level of comprehension whatsoever. That from a high level chemistry perspective, his positions were being, just brutally destroyed in a nice way. I mean, Dr. Carter was being very nice about it, but it's like that wouldn't happen. Here's why. No, that's not plausible. Here's why. And then then Dak was acting like Dr. Carter didn't know what he was talking about.
And he was so eager. Yeah, he wanted to just keep interrupting and interjecting like he had some great insight.
It's like, dude, you don't even understand the point that he's making while simultaneously telling him he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, wow, okay. This is...
And it was rewarding to hear James Stewart echo exactly what Dr. Carter, Change 10, and Rob Stadler were saying. Exactly that problem with purity. I mean, now it's starting to crystallize. You have those impurities. It's just like throwing bad chemicals in your car engine. It's just like pouring water in your car engine in the gas tank. I mean,
one of the talking points that I may have to do a full stream on is this is a sidebar, but I don't know how many times the whole crystals argument we hear ad nauseum has to be debunked before atheists finally grasp the fact that they're like so out. Like has no relevance. Like the whole I'm talking about like the snowflake argument that we hear all the time. Like the fact they don't understand the whole concept of like compressible algorithms and all that kind of stuff. Like, it does not.
Well, the thing that they don't
the formation of a crystal, the repetitious forming of a crystal is not the same. Like it's not. Like I don't know how many times we have to go over this. It's amazing.
You see, that's what happens when you don't have an argument. You just make stupid stuff up. There is self-ordering in nature, but there's also self-disordering or self-disorganization. Life is made with chemicals that are inherently self-disorganizing. And this is outside of science, but I said, God sure picked some real doozies as chemicals. If he wanted to frustrate abiogenesis researchers, he picked some real zingers. I mean, goodness. I mean, I was even something as basic as ribose, which is part of the nucleotide, which ends up making DNA. Just that it's a simple looking sugar. It looks innocent enough. But the problem is this whole thing about purity in chemicals. The thing is just unstable. If you throw a pure chemical in, which you can't even do from the start because even the solidified, let's say hypothetically you had a pure chemical. One, it's the wrong one. You throw it in water, you spontaneously generate more contaminants because it's what they call spontaneous isomerization. You get 4 things that you don't want. And when you try to remove the thing you don't want, you end up taking the good stuff and it ends up making more of the bad stuff. And I was just like, wow, God, you really are very ingenious. I mean, this causes problems. And yet, why is it that life only picks some of these? And this is a nasty problem for synthetic chemists. And but there are problems like that. And this whole thing about, I'll use his name, Speed of Sound. I said, hey, what about Benner? He said the asphalt paradox. All chemical theory and everything we know experimentally says organic materials that are like, say, precursors to life, they'll just devolve into asphalts. And Speed of Sound said, "Oh, asphalts are wonderful things." I'm like, dude, you don't get it.
Yeah,
totally don't get it.
asphalt's wonderful if you want to drive a car. It's not so great if you're trying to form life.
Yeah. I'm just like, dude, you don't get it. That's basic chemistry. And he read Changed Hands' book, and it's like, okay, you want to be willfully blind to a statistical problem that's staring you in the face. Go ahead. And at that point, I said, that's one of the reasons I don't watch his channel. I can't digest any more stupidity coming out of what's going on there. I mean, it's just irritating. And I said, I have better things to do. I have real science to study, not combing through this garbage.
Yeah. I mean, I don't spend a whole lot of time on the atheist side of YouTube. I basically go over there when someone links me a video and says, "Hey, you got mentioned." Then I'll maybe go over and have a look at it, which is literally the only time I've ever been on that particular individual's channel.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, that whole stuff about asphalt just got under my skin. I just like, how can you be so stupid? It devolves to asphalt. That means it's not going to evolve to life. Did you not try to understand even what Benner was trying to say? And then you're going to just say, "Oh, asphalt's a wonderful thing," as if it's going to have all the creative powers to make something that's actually not asphalt, that's purified and well constructed, violations of the law of large numbers. And then we had the abiogenesis series by Tour that just kind of even blew it away even more. So yeah, I'm with you, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain YouTubers, like people who do stuff on YouTube, who are atheists, who I will be more than happy to engage in conversation with. But most of them I don't, because it just for one, it raises my blood pressure when they either lie or don't know what they're talking about, or two, they're just so obnoxious that I can't sit there and listen to them. I'm glad that other people are more willing to do that, because I would not be able to do that.
Yeah, Otangalo's a glutton for punishment.
Oh, poor Otangelo.
Danny and Otangelo.
The funniest thing about all that is Danny spends more time debunking atheists than he does debunking theists, but he's an atheist. Which I suspect, and as much as Danny, if you listen to this later, you can rip me for it. But as much as Danny says he's an atheist, I think he knows that there's a God, and I think he knows that he is living a life in deep sin, and he knows he needs to get right with God, but he doesn't want to come out of his sin. So I don't mean to be rude to Danny. Danny, this is not an attack on you in any way. I pray for you, man. Like I like you. You're a nice guy. You really are. But I think this is why he spends so much time in Christian YouTube land, is because he feels a lot more comfortable there than he does in atheist YouTube land, because he knows we're right.
I agree. So, I have the exact same thought. I agree with you.
And again, I want to emphasize, Danny, like, I love you, man. You are welcome to talk to me anytime you want to. And it's not a personal thing at all. I care about you, man. I pray for you. But man, you know, like, I think deep down, there's a God. That he exists. Like, it's not like with some of these other guys where they've turned it off. You haven't turned it off yet. Don't turn it off. All right. We care about you here, man. Like, I know that sounds kind of corny, but we do. So anyway, that's my little 2 cents.
Yep. Yeah, quick sidebar. So we're talking about the snowflake problem and such. One of the whole reasons that this is not comparable in terms of, like, DNA, for example. So look at this diagram here. So I'm just going to read here. Model of the chemical structure of the DNA molecule depicting the main chemical bonds between its constituent molecules. Note that no chemical bonds link bases designated by the letters in the boxes in the longitudinal message bearing axis of the molecule. Note also that the same kind of chemical bonds link the different nucleotide bases to the sugar phosphate backbone of the molecule, denoted by pentagons and circles. These two features of the model of the molecules ensure that any nucleotide base can attach to the backbone at any site with equal ease, thus showing that the bonding properties of the chemical constituents of DNA do not determine its base sequences. So what does that mean? That's a long-winded way of saying it's neutral, and therefore it can go in any order. Therefore, there is no specifically delineated pattern from a physics and chemistry perspective. Therefore, in order to result in this, you are dealing with 100% random chance. There is no affinity to account for a sequence. None. I mean, and we want to argue about physics and chemistry. Let's do it. There is nothing. There is nothing to help you in this context. So this goes back to the whole, like, okay, if I have to have this, and I have to have it in these orders for codons and everything else to equal these amino acids, like, you run into massive issues, and you are not being able to just account for, oh, well, it would happen, and this is totally normal, and it's not that complicated to get this kind of sequence. Like, no, it's 100% random. It's 100% random.
By the way, that was a great. Can you link to that? I think I'd like to use that. Is it? Can you dump a link and I'll grab it?
It's not a link, but I'll send you the PDF. It's from.
Okay.
It's from a big PDF of from a audio. It's from an audiobook that I got, but it's they have the PDF PDF attachment with it.
Yeah.
And
don't worry about it. I mean, there's
no, I can send you, no big deal. I'm just saying it's not like that's where I got it from. It's not a
okay. But I mean, it's just like I tried to point out. It's just like with the Scrabble letters. The physics is not going to dictate that it's going to make, you dump it on the table. It's not going to assemble into English language words unless they're really, really trivial, and certainly not going to make coherent sentences. If physics will actually dictate disorganization because the sequence is independent of the physics. That's actually what makes information and communication theory possible. Is that the physics and chemistry don't dictate the sequences.
Right. Absolutely. Hang on, let me save the PDF.
Speaking of which, I may be doing something on some of my professional work on communication and information theory and protein structural biology.
Awesome. Hey, sidebar. Have you thought about all this on the information problem in relation to Shannon's 10th theorem?
I need more specifics, but
so it's like Shannon. It's basically the paraphrase. The dumbed down version is in order to overcome the entropy from noise and for error correction, you have to have a greater source to compensate.
Oh, okay. The way that I learned Shannon's theorem in communication theory is that the signal to noise ratio will dictate how many bits you can push across the channel.
Well, no, you're right. I'm talking about in terms of error correction. This was specifically in relation for error correction.
Yeah. You need to have an error. He said, okay, there exists an error correction algorithm, at least hypothetically, that can correct it so that you could have this many bits come across your channel. So that's actually the way we've been able to figure out what the limits of our modems are, given the wires we might be using, or optical or copper. If we know what the signal to noise ratio is, we know what the upper limit is. And you probably have seen the history of modems. We had this 310 baud, which is really slow, going all the way up to 30,000. So there's a multiple of 100. That's because we got error correction algorithms. But the limit is about 50, like what they call 50,000 baud. I don't know what that translates into the number of bits, but we're pushing up against the limit. It's the only way. I know I didn't answer your question. It's because I could only answer it the way that I understood Shannon's theorem.
No, it makes total sense. Yeah, Yeah, there's so many different aspects of it that we have to account for. Okay, so this stupid, it's an XML file, and they've got a forbid. They've got a block for actually being able to save it as a PDF. So I'm going to screenshot that diagram for you.
Yeah, there's some of that stuff when you that have read-only things on it. It's a little annoying.
Yeah,
it's actually very annoying, particularly when you're trying to write a paper and send papers. When you're trying to write a group project and send papers to other people. Yeah.
But while you're looking that up, I'll just explain. There are aspects of communication theory that if we apply it to biology, if we say that there's a hidden code in biology across species, let's say we take a protein that is homologous across species, people said, well, why does it form a nested hierarchy? Well, it forms it if you're creating a code that is optimized to help humans understand the structure of the 3D protein without having to use X-ray crystallography. And this is really important in situations where it's very hard to get a 3D model using X-rays because sometimes the protein may be intrinsically disordered. That's a whole nother topic, what intrinsically disordered are. But where this is headed is that it looks like there's an information code there. And furthermore, it can't be random. Like if you pull out, say, a group of animals, and just for the sake of argument, let's say we pulled out the eukaryotes, you're not going to be able to resolve the 3D structure. The code falls apart. So does that mean that suddenly evolution anticipated that we're going to need the eukaryotes with that protein so we could resolve the 3D structure? Or did God create it, this common design with the code embedded to help us do scientific discovery? And that is advanced ID theory.
Right.
But the thing that's important is people are already doing it even without invoking ID theory because it works. The pharmaceutical companies are interested in this because the way chemical behavior is established for proteins is very dependent on the structure, the shape. The 3D shape of the protein affects its chemical behavior. They're obsessed with understanding how it's actually shaped, especially in a cellular context. And so lo and behold, I'm going to cite a paper that, they'll say this is all due to evolution. And I'm just laughing. I said, did it ever occur to you like, okay, let's just eliminate the eukaryotes from this? Why do you need the eukaryotes to be in your database for this to work? If it were all random and evolutionary, the prokaryotes would have been adequate to fill in the missing pieces of the puzzle. I mean, did evolution somehow foresee that it had to evolve all these creatures so that this code would actually work? I mean, they don't go there because their goal is to do all this computation, and it's heavy on information theory. So that's one of the areas where I don't mind emphasizing information theory's importance in the analysis of biology. It's one of the few areas because I've been mostly the hardware guy saying we need to argue hardware. This is the one time I'm really going out on a limb and advocating information theory.
Yeah.
So that'll be a subsequent show.
Yeah, there's a lot of, to me, it's just continuing to expand. And as you and I have talked about before, like I agree with you completely on the hardware side. Like no ifs, ands, buts about it. But to me, it's like you have the hardware and the software problem. You don't have to dismiss one or the other. It's a double whammy. Like you have to account for both of these. Like which one do you want to focus on, guys? Like let's go. Like which one? Like they're both gonna slap you in the face. So they're both hard to. Both sides is very, very difficult to account for. And ultimately, in my opinion, I think it ultimately boils down to, I think the information is the specified information is the ultimate egg of the chicken and egg problem. Well, I guess they're both really. I mean, the information has to be in existence first, in my opinion. Or it doesn't necessarily have to exist in relation to the physical structure, but the foreknowledge of it is necessary. And I mean, to me, it's like when you're thinking about anything that you're creating, like for case in point, doing something as simple as creating a meme, right? It has to be in your head before it ever is translated into freaking pixels on an image, right? And the text that you're going to apply to the stupid graphic, right? Like something that straightforward that we take for granted requires foreknowledge prior to its initiation, and it has to exist in your mind. And we take that for granted as humans. We just take it, it's glossed over, it's completely taken for granted, like whatever. But it still doesn't change the reality that that process must be followed in order for something to exist.
I had some things that were on my mind and that I wanted to share with you, John, and you're the right person to talk. Just to close out the last topic, I'm really glad James Tour did his series. I was like, that's the way to make a hardware argument. He just obliterated Professor Dave, and he called out the entire abiogenesis community. So it's partly also for just ease of arguments. Someone of his caliber kind of made the arguments for us, and that's what I'm going to use. So before I forget, because you're a very astute business person, I wanted to run this idea by you. In Pine Creek's, that whole thing with Pine Creek, and I saw all these Christian apologists, and not one of them cited, I mean, they kind of sort of, two of them out of that huge group sort of appealed to Romans 1:20, but even then not really direct. They kept saying the moral argument for God. And actually, I don't think that, I would say the moral argument is very good to shows the incompatibility with atheism. It doesn't necessarily prove God, but it shows atheism is, it's going to lead to things like these communist states, that morality and atheism don't really mix well.
Right.
And so in that sense, I felt that the evidential argument for God, like when you talk about life being evidence of God and fine-tuning, I think that's much stronger, and only two of them. So this leads to the business thing. If somebody's YouTube apologist, Freudian slip, YouTube apologists for the Christian faith.
Not to be rude, Sal, but some of those guys, when the pressure comes, they'll become atheists real quick. And I'll go out on a limb and I'll name IP as being the first one to crack.
Oh.
Winger, I don't think Winger will crack, but I don't remember everybody else in there. But some of those guys will crack the minute the pressure's applied, because they're already 3/4 of the way to atheism. They reject most of what the Bible says anyway.
Wow. Okay, so this spices it up even more. So I don't like the fact a lot of Christians might be going to their channels. And do you sense where I'm headed with this, LPP?
Yeah, I think I do.
I think we need to drive the traffic that's going there to more creationist, ID-friendly stuff. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned some way that we could advertise maybe on their channels, like with what, these still advertisements or something?
Oh, I mean, you can do all sorts of stuff. You can do banner ads. You can do
banner ads. That's the term.
Yeah, you can do banner. You can do pre-roll, mid-roll, post-roll. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff you can do. Like below video player ad sidebar. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff you can. There's tons of different options. But
yeah, we may have to. I mean, me personally, I might have to build products specifically that'll say, just look here, and I might do some of that kind of advertising there, just to kind of steer the flock in the right direction.
Well, I'll tell you this much. So I'm not going to name names, but I had a very interesting private conversation with some folks a couple days ago, and it was very interesting. So we were kind of going back and forth on like theistic evolution versus we covered quite a few different things, but there was some theistic evolution conversation, right? And I was quite fascinated by, I heard, so from some apologists, okay, that espouse theistic evolution and some other things, I heard, well, why don't you write a paper on it? I heard, it's late night. Long story short, I'm forgetting the exact wording right this second. I'm tired. But the 3 of the most common talking points we hear from the atheists were directed towards me by active theistic evolutionist apologists.
Not shocked at all. That's exactly what I hear all the time from them.
Yeah, and I was just like, huh.
Well, let me illustrate the mindset of the theistic evolutionists. And again, not every theistic evolutionist is this way. So there's a theistic evolutionist in the chat. I'm not necessarily attacking you, okay? But there is a mindset here. I have a screenshot from a woman who works for the major theistic evolutionary organization in the U.S. And no, it's not Narcisos. It's Biologos. This screenshot, she claims she's joking, but the fact that she even said this is terrifying. Essentially, what she said was that she would be less upset if her daughter got pregnant out of wedlock, became a Wiccan, or became transgender or homosexual than she would if her daughter became a fundamentalist neo-Calvinist who dropped out of school to have as many children as God provided by rejecting birth control.
Wow.
In other words, she would much rather her daughter be a pagan than, yeah.
That's pretty extreme.
You need to have you circulated that screenshot?
I posted it on my Facebook page. I've talked about it previously. It's on my Facebook page right now. I can go try to find the link for it and drop it in the chat because that is.
See, Emery, this is why we hang out, because you're the source of good stuff.
Well, I tell you something else that Biologos got called out on. So you know how they use the God of the Gaps
all the time
argument, right? Mm-hmm. So they've accused, as many others have, Neil deGrasse Tyson and many others, they have accused Isaac Newton of appealing to God of the Gaps, right? Mm-hmm. Well, it turns out that if you actually go and read Optics and Principia and some of his other stuff, he clearly debunks, like Newton himself basically debunks that premise in his own books. And apparently for years people have just been like saying that this is the case, but from a misquote that was done years and years ago by some person that really has been just grasped onto and repeated ad nauseum by all those folks who didn't actually go and read the source material for themselves that was supposedly being referenced.
Am I shocked? No.
And so it turns out that he specifically used the word. This was in context of the example I was using is in context of like the orbit of the planets, and the claim is like God must modify, change this, keep it going and everything. Mm-hmm. Well, he actually says that God was the origin of this, and then goes on to talk about the way it stays in things stay in orbit under the natural laws. So God was the origin of, not the ongoing, like stepping in, like in from a God of the Gaps, like God stepping in and like having the angels reorganize everything. That's not what he was saying. Right there. He was talking about, he was the origin of. So the whole foundation, like one of the foundational tenets of the God of the Gaps, Newton was guilty of this, actually is incorrect. Anyway, I thought that was rather interesting.
And folks, I just dropped the screenshot I was referring to in the chat, so feel free to check that out. So far as I know, that was said on the forum. The woman that is there, her primary job, she's in a Latin American country doing Bible translation.
Disgusting.
Yeah,
That's something you don't even joke about, honestly.
No,
I say it.
but the thing is, this is typical Biologos. Biologos a number of years ago ran an article, and I could probably track it down because they've removed it, but the internet never forgets. And there's a way to get an article back from the internet. They posted an article years ago where they said that, well, if Jesus as a human being erred from time to time, it's not a big deal. In other words, yeah, it's okay if Jesus made mistakes. That's outright pagan.
Wow.
I
never.
This passes as Christian.
It totally doesn't surprise me now. I mean, I'd always wondered. Maybe that was just a quality of me. I just trusted a lot of people, and especially churches. And then I started to see, oh my goodness, this is what goes on in churches can be really scary. They can be corrupting, and they can be a totally corrupting influence, and they're able to dish out poison without you realizing it. And then that makes sense. It's like, why did they resist talking about real evidences and reasons for the Christian faith? Why did they resist apologetics? Now it's adding up.
Because in the seminary, you know what goes on in the seminaries?
Yeah.
You know what goes on in the seminaries? They teach from John Walton's book. Exactly. They teach from using Biologos material. They teach using critical race theory material. I'm going to drop a bomb here, and this is not going to make people happy. A friend of mine went to Liberty for their apologetics program. I think it's their apologetics, or they got their MDiv. Regardless, they got their MDiv at Liberty. You know what book they used for their Genesis class? John Walton.
Ugh.
Again, bingo.
Terrible. And by the way, I don't, our mutual friend Sandy Pigeon went to Liberty, but it is disturbing, the poison that gets circulated.
Yep. Yeah. And that's Liberty. Walton teaches at Wheaton. Okay. So, and this is just kind of, you're getting a tiny little preview of what you're going to get when Sal and I have our little conversation.
Now I wanted to tell you a story about Liberty.
Okay,
they wanted to charge me like $60,000 to get my PhD in apologetics. And I wrote them, and they said, I'm unqualified. They said, I don't have a master's in divinity. I said, so my 5 science degrees don't count for anything in this culture?
No, they don't. But
I need a master's in. I said, this is why you guys are failing to convert, to reach the next generation. You're following the same old failed playbook. You want guys with masters in divinity, not guys that actually engage the culture where they are. And I'm done with you guys. But they kept calling me, trying to heavy sell this. So the marketing department was not in sync with your admissions department.
Corporation, yeah.
Yeah. They just kept calling and said, oh, submit your applications, $75 admission, fee, application processing fees. So they were really trying to dig that 75. I said, I'm not going to do it.
Okay, guys. So real quick, I found what I was referring to on Newton. So this passage, commonly cited to justify the claim that Newton specifically invoked episodic divine acts to adjust the motion of the planets, appears in the general solium of the Principia. There, Newton argues that though the planetary bodies may, quote, persevere in the orbits by the mere laws of gravity, yet they could by no means have at first derived the regular position of the orbits themselves from those laws. And he goes on to argue that, this, quote, this most beautiful system of suns, planets, and comets can only proceed from the counsel and dominion of an intelligent and powerful being, unquote. Science popularizers and historians often misinterpret these passages. See, for example, the Biologos staff-written article, Are Gaps in Scientific Knowledge Evidence for God? Notice that in the passages from the general solium, Newton does not say that God intervenes to fix the planetary orbits or to stabilize the system. Instead, he's talking about the origin of the solar system and its manifest order and stability. He recognizes that the laws of nature describe regularities, but also that they do not explain the origin of specific initial conditions of systems that make those regularities possible. Thus, later in the general solium, he amplifies that argument by explaining that, quote, no variation in things arise from the blind metaphysical necessity, i.e. the laws of nature, which must be the same always and everywhere, end quote. Instead, he argues that, quote, all the diversity of created things, each in its place and time, could only have arisen from the ideas and will of a necessary existing being, end quote. And it goes on. There's like more examples of this.
Bravo. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Bravo, John. Bravo. And by the way, what Newton said originally is actually accurate today. That's why I became a creationist. I was an old Earth creationist. I believe that the solar system evolved. But then I read a book, Solar System Evolution, which was meant to actually criticize creationism. I ended up becoming a solar system creationist after that, because it's exactly as Newton said. The origin has to be divine. He actually anticipated, just from science alone, that you need a miracle to start it right. There's no way that the solar system could evolve and have the characteristics of angular momentum and the chemical composition, et cetera, et cetera. And so ironically, this is one case where I actually studied evolutionary in terms of solar system evolutionary theory. And it gave me the opposite conclusion, because every chapter in that book said, this is a hard, unsolved problem. And they would describe what the problem was. I'm just like, yeah, it's staring you in the face, just like abiogenesis. This doesn't make sense.
Well, and one of the ironies is that many of the solutions for those quote unquote problems are a comet did it. Oh, such and such a planet must have been struck by a comet at some point to alter its like the angle of the orbit and the rotation. It's like, so basically every planet at some point got hit by a comet. Is that what you're saying? Like that's your conclusion?
Asteroid, yeah.
What about the gas giants? Like, I mean, it was an asteroid or a comet, like one of the two. It's like something must come along here and does at some point. I'm like, wow, that's your.
And I just had enough.
Okay.
And I had just enough physics at that point in my academic career to understand the book. And thankfully the book, again, it was written from an evolutionary perspective, but they were brutally honest, just like some abiogenesis research will be brutally honest if you're willing to just read the data. And you're like, oh my goodness, how can you come up with the conclusion this is natural of origin? It's just like Steve Benner's The Paradoxes of Life. And they said, well, you don't quote him, he's not a creationist. I said, that's exactly the point. It's so obvious even to a abiogenesis proponent, all the problems, and he listed them. And I was just like, yeah, it's kind of amazing he still believes in naturalistic origins, but that's how this book on solar system evolution was written. It had at least the scientific integrity to tell you what the score was. And I'm just like, yeah, not only does this not work now, I don't see how it'll ever work. You're never going to solve it, just like James Stewart said, not in your professor's lifetime, not in your lifetime, and not this in your student's lifetime. And I'll extrapolate that's because God created it, and he created in a way that'll tell you that it was created and it couldn't have evolved. So bravo on that Newton thing. I didn't know that existed. You made my day, John.
Well, glad I could provide that. It was interesting when the book I was reading, they were talking about that concept, and that same source document that I showed you on the DNA diagram. It's from that same book. And I'm like reading through it. I remember mentioning this in the book, and I'm like, I wonder if it's in the PDF that's attached, right? So I was like searching through it, like searching Newton, like going through all the stuff that he'd referenced, and like there was, and he's got a giant section of the whole piece with the quotes. I'm like, how awesome is that? I got the quotes from Principia and Optics. Yeah.
By the way, I want to thank Ramen for his support of our channel, of your channel. He's just been steadily
Ramen is attempting to empty the YouTube super sticker cabinet. I greatly appreciate Ramen all the super stickers. I think he gets a kick out of all the like figuring out which face or which super sticker is the most apropos for the given moment based on what's being discussed. It's I tell you, one of the functions I really hope that StreamYard will work on at some point is being able to, like, instead of just saying super sticker, like actually display what the sticker is. Because like it can grab the text of a super chat, but it won't grab the super sticker, the actual icon of a super sticker super chat. It's very, very weird. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I guarantee you there is the capacity inside of the API that they're connecting to inside of YouTube, because Streamlabs has the capacity to grab the super sticker, but the way that StreamYard is accessing the API of YouTube's super chat function, they're not grabbing that specific element, and they could, but they have not. And
before Emery, everything you're saying, it tells us. This is kind of actually disturbing. So where are the outlets for some of this truth? It's kind of in our motley crew here on YouTube right now.
Yes, our merry band of misfits.
Oh goodness, this is goodness. I mean, I didn't think it was this bad, and I'm like, God, you.
Okay, let me just give you a tiny little snippet of just how bad this is. I did some research back at the beginning of the year, end of last year time period, on seminaries in a particular denomination. And this one, which Godzilla just pointed out, this one I actually did a whole episode on my podcast on, where I just walked through some of the absolute garbage being spewed by these seminaries. One of these seminaries, as a requirement for a Master's of Divinity, you had to take a class on paganism, like pagan rituals and that sort of stuff, as a requirement for a Master's in Divinity. Now, maybe if in a Master's in Pluralism, but a Master's in Christian Divinity? Why?
You could. What a waste.
Exactly.
What a waste. I mean, in my Christian walk, have I ever been benefited by studying paganism? It's hard enough to study the Bible and get archaeology and doctrine, at least. So I'm just like, oh Lord, you couldn't have picked a more motley crew of people to be.
Yeah, the crew that we've got has.
Goodness.
Oh my, the YouTube crew. I mean, yeah, we've got the big creationist ministries out there that are willing to touch some of this stuff, but some of this stuff, like, they can't go after, because, like, if they said some of the stuff I'm going to say about certain seminaries when we have our conversations, Sal, like, they get a lot of blowback.
Yeah.
And you already kind of know where I could be going with this, because you've seen some of the same stuff I've seen. I won't spoil it for the audience, but.
Well, my eyes were only open in the last year, especially the last year.
Yeah.
I mean, I suspected it, but I gotten it from, like, say, Baylor or Wheaton, because Baylor, a professor there, was offering a scholarship, Robert Marks and William Dembski, but then Baylor shut them down because they were related to ID. I'm like, you're a Christian college, and you're shutting this down, and because
Baylor's not a Christian college.
They advertise themselves.
I'll accept that.
Yeah. And then so that didn't surprise me. But then some of these ones that were supposedly conservative, I'm horrified. Yep. And then the churches and the pulpits. Yep. And I'm like, yeah, I've totally seen it.
The churches are doing this because the pulpits are filled with men who went to the cemeteries. I mean, the seminaries. I'm sorry, but like that's why we have the problem we do in the churches, is because the pulpits are occupied by a bunch of men with cemetery educations who think that they're very smart, and they are very intelligent, but they're also lost. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of fine men who went to seminary and are doing a fine job pastoring their churches. But a lot of the people who come out of the seminaries, they're not. I don't want to say they're not. Okay, you know what? Fine, I'll just start the dumpster fire. They're pagans. They're pagans. They're not Christian in any way, shape, or form. They're just hanging on to some veneer of it to go pastor a church. And
yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I was
Go
just to say this was driven home to me how dangerous this quote unquote progressive Christian garbage is by someone I know who I actually went to the same undergrad college with. And keep in mind, my undergraduate college is a hardcore conservative school. Like, it's not the hardest of the hardcores, but it's up there. I'm like, we're young Earth creationist, very old school conservative. Like, if you think like, most people would call it a fundamentalist school. I don't, but most people would. And this individual went to the same school I did, grew up in the same church I did, which was an even more conservative church than the school I went to. And this person currently considers themselves transgender and Christian at the same time. And they went on a epic rant on social media about how the Bible is fallible and not inspired, but they're still somehow Christian because the Holy Spirit is inerrant, but the Bible was never taught as inspired. Like, it was some kind of weird garbage. But I know where it comes from. It comes from the progressive Christian gurus. That's where it comes from.
Well,
and this is the kind of garbage that is being spewed, and people are buying it.
Well, unfortunately, we can fault the seminaries. I think it's people's hearts deep
Well, that's
down.
true too. Oh no, 100% true. That's 100% true.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen it. And my criticism of seminaries is that you're going to take some kid out of college, he's going to tell people how to live their lives. It's like, you think sending him off to seminary is going to help him figure out how to help people that are like much older than him. I'm like, this is one thing I appreciate about Sandy Pigeon. He was a Navy SEAL for a lot of his professional life. It was later in life he became a Christian, then went to seminary. Mm-hmm. I'm like, he gets it, Yeah.
Well, in line with, I think this applies a lot just to our model of education, right? Like, case in point, we think that a kid that graduates from high school, we're going to send them off to university. Then within a year, maybe max of a year and a half, they need to pick a profession, basically, for their major, right? And then we have it's over a 60% pivot. But 60%, I know it's well over 60% of students do at least one pivot in their direction of education. And then, oh wait, now you need to get a master's and other kind of things. And now it's like, okay, so now before you ever actually get out into the real world and actually have any kind of real understanding what you may or may not want to do with your life, the focus you're going to, go on. Let's have you make all those decisions without really any real world experience. To me, that makes no sense. Versus like, hey, I think this applies even more so to boys, right? Like, you get out of high school, and we all know, as you look back, at least for me, like I look back on as an adult, and I look back on myself. Like, my mental state changed dramatically between 18 and 21. I'd say pretty heavily between like 18 and 20, right? Like, my understanding of existence changed dramatically in that time frame, and what I wanted to do with myself and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not, in no way, shape, form, or fashion, am I like an outlier. Like, that's a common deal. And some people, it's even more than that, right? And why we don't apply that just in general education, but I think especially in the point you're making, Sal, of something like counseling or ministry and things of that nature, like, you need experience. by default, you need to have substantive life experience to be able to have real understanding and be able to bring something of value to the table outside of purely academic stuff, which doesn't, cool, you've got some of this conceptual knowledge, but if you haven't gone through crap yourself, there's only so far you can be empathetic with somebody.
Right.
Exactly. Especially for the pastoral. I'm just like, now that I look back, it totally makes sense why these guys were clueless, because they were. They didn't know a lot about human nature. They knew the academics of how to read Greek and Hebrew, but they didn't understand human nature. I could tell that by some of their sermons now, just the way that they would try to inspire their congregation. It's like, you guys are clueless. You don't talk to people like that. And the bad thing is they stay clueless.
Yeah, and the thing is, like,
yeah,
not to jump on your rant here, Sal, because I might go on one of my own here, but you know, they a lot of pastors, they have no experience doing anything other than just like preaching and teaching.
Yeah, which is kind of, you know, the nasty way I say it. They only know how to run their mouth. I'm sorry to say that.
And like, I get it to a certain extent, but like, okay, so let me just take in the church I grew up in, they would have once every so often, and I think this is a dumb idea, but once every so often they would have some guys in the youth group get up and do little mini sermons for the congregation. And I'm always like, that's such a stupid thing. What are you going to tell somebody what's this 16, 17-year-old kid going to tell? And this was me as a teenager thinking this, by the way. What is someone like me going to tell some 60, 70-year-old guy who's been saved for 50, 60 years? What am I going to tell him that he doesn't already know? Like, I have no experience. I have no life experience, nothing to draw on that can in any way help this person. He knows the word better than I do. He has more of it memorized. He understands it more than I do. What can I tell a person like that?
Yeah.
Nothing. And this is what you get when you have someone graduate from a seminary at 23, 24, 25, and then go into a church where just being real, most of the churches consists of older folks these days. What is someone who's 24, maybe married, maybe with one kid, maybe two if he got married really young? What are they going to tell somebody who's got grandkids, has been in the church for 50 years, and has, actually lived a life? Like, how do you minister to someone like that? And I'm not saying you can't, but if you have no practical life experience and you get up in the pulpit and you try to tell people how to live their lives, sorry, people are going to laugh at you.
Yeah. And I saw this coming, and I'll give one specific example. Josh Harris, he wrote the book, I Kissed Dating Goodbye. And I was just like appalled. I said, it was the fad way back in.
I remember when it was the fad.
Yeah, 2001. Mm-hmm. And I was teaching a Bible study at the time, and, I didn't know what I was doing. I inherited a Bible study. But I said, well, if I'm not going to do it, who else is?
Right. Yep.
And it's really funny. I was 40 years old at the time, and all these 19-year-old girls were in the study, and the study kept growing. More and more 19-year-old girls started coming. I guess it was their way of getting out of home, and they would just hang out afterward. And so I was talking about, the stuff that you hear me talk about, the apologetics, and this is like, yeah, that was over their head. So I finally gave one talk because I knew they're all wanting a talk on marriage and finding Mr. Right and so forth. Mm-hmm. And I discouraged them from Josh Harris. I don't know. The Lord put it on my heart because I read his book. I said, I saw nothing of God in there. I saw a veiled prosperity gospel and legalism. He didn't cover the passages like, say, of Ezekiel, who lost his wife, or, what about John the Baptist? I said, there are things there that really bothered me. And so what does he do? He makes a living. He sold 1 million copies of this fad book. Then he ends up saying he pastors a church. The church has scandals. He leaves the church. And then he announces after he goes to seminary, he's no longer a Christian. And by the way, he's marching in the gay pride event. I said,
the seminary
totally did not surprise me. I saw that coming. And I said, God, thank you that, one of the few times I got it right. And I said, what was taught there is not what's taught in the Bible. God does not promise you happiness, even in your marriage, because it said in Psalms, who is worthy to stand on the Lord's hill? He who swears to his own hurt. God may allow you to sign up for something that may not turn out the way you want, and you swear to your own hurt. That's why you say for better or worse. And so I was thinking, nothing in that book is what actually is taught in the Bible. And I know there's some sad things that happen that are not the fault of either party. Mm-hmm. And some of these fine young ladies got married. They're widowed within 1 year. That's not the fault of theirs. And I was really offended by the book. I said, so the implication is some certain single people are not walking in God's will, you know?
I mean,
yeah. And so
that would resonate with all three of us because none of us are married. So like,
I totally saw he was a bad apple, and that's exactly what I see in some of these young preachers. I mean, they just have to act like they know it all, and they don't.
Yeah, I mean, if I recall, he wrote that book when he was like 21 or something like that. I'm like,
he started writing the manuscript at age 16, and it read like a 16-year-old. It was stupid.
Yeah, I remember reading that, and I was like 19 when I read it. And I remember thinking, okay, there are a few things in here that are not terrible, but most of this is like, this isn't real helpful. Like I didn't think it was real helpful. Now that's just my personal opinion. Other people may have a different opinion. I understand, but you know, like, and again, it's been years since I've read this, so I don't remember a ton about it. And I'll be honest, I did not have the greatest grasp of theology at the time when I read it.
But the thing that got me is, why was this consumed by the evangelical community? Why were pastors endorsing
the evangelical community generally doesn't turn its brain on? And I'm really sorry, John. I'm going to try not to flame your stream here too much with this, but as a general rule of thumb, the evangelical community is among the dumbest, most stupid, most gullible people on the planet.
Yes, there's that book. Where's the Evangelical Brain? Is written at Wheaton.
I didn't even know that was a book.
Oh my goodness! Now, unfortunately, they put some of the young Earth creationists in there, but I was like, okay. For me, he was academically trained. I was just like, yeah, I totally see it. I share their doctrine, but I don't share their culture.
Yeah, and then that's unfortunately that's true, and like I got to be careful here. This is John's channel, so I don't want to get him flamed.
Hey, Pine Creek, you can't do any worse than Pine Creek, okay?
Okay, fair enough. But the point that, like, for years, and evangelicals have used the term fundamentalist as a pejorative. As it turns out, maybe they shouldn't have been doing that. And I'm not jumping on the fundamentalist legalism bandwagon. Like, I know there are fundamentalists out there who are like really hyper legalistic. I know about that. But what I'm saying is that, like, people who actually take the scripture seriously, like, they've been labeled, you know, fundamentalists and hicks and ignorant and whatever else. And maybe, just maybe, we really should have reconsidered that. Just a thought. And I mean, my definition of a fundamentalist is a little bit different probably than what most people think of when they think of a fundamentalist. Like, to me, like, a fundamentalist means someone who's willing to prioritize truth above unity, whereas most evangelicals are more than happy to surrender truth in favor of unity.
Truth will cause divisions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting
Truth
to realize
is always divisive. Okay, so I may have just used a word that is not familiar in the chat. I see some Cyrillic script in there, so I can't pronounce what that is. I'm sorry. The word hick basically means someone from the country who doesn't know very much. That's what the word means, and it's spelled H-I-C-K in English. But I mean, it's a label that gets used a lot in the U.S. to poke fun at people who aren't real smart, essentially. But you know, I think we may need to reconsider that, because truth is divisive. Like, and we've got this idea in our heads that, you know, anybody who is Christian shouldn't be divisive. Well, no, that's not what Paul says when he talks about being divisive. I did a whole article on this, where being the person who is in error is the one who is being divisive, not the person who's telling the truth. But the people who tell the truth are often the ones who are able to say, oh, yes, I do think it's valid to be a fundamentalist. I also think it's valid to actually stand for what the Bible says. You wouldn't know about that. That's a comment is directed to the chat, and the person who said it knows who I said it to. So, yes, it is most definitely valid to be a fundamentalist. In fact, I would argue that every Christian ought to be a fundamentalist, at least how I define it. Because if you are not willing to stand for truth at the expense of unity, what good are you?
Oh, I found the name of the book, The Scandal of the Evangelical Mind, 1995 by Mark A. Noble.
I'll have to look that up. I will have to look that up. It's not a book I knew existed, but I've basically been saying the premise for years.
Yeah. I mean, it was hard. I probably would have, because I was raised in Presbyterian circles, they have a reputation of being a little bit more scholarly. At least that's kind of how I got through that. And at the time, they associated as an evangelical church.
Right. And I don't necessarily think like the term evangelical itself is bad. It's just the way a lot of evangelicals decide they want to behave. And I will also say this. The formation of the modern neo-evangelical movement had absolutely nothing to do with the gospel and absolutely everything to do with compromising with trying to get along with the modernists and get along with theistic evolution, get along with an old earth, get along with the Bible critics and so on, get along with social justice and so on. It had absolutely nothing to do with standing for anything related to the Bible. It's always been a compromise movement. It has always been a compromise movement. If you look into the history of it, it has always been a compromise movement. Now, I'm not saying that some of the directions that the fundamentalists went after the split were good. Like some of the fundamentalists went off into really, really wacky territory, and I'm not arguing for that. But I'm also arguing that the neo-evangelical movement is highly suspect. Greek name that I can't pronounce. So a fundamentalist. So the way I define fundamentalist is someone who values truth above unity. So in other words, they will split from over issues of truth. If the Bible says something, they are willing to divide over that point. Now, obviously, you don't need to divide necessarily. Like you don't need to condemn someone to hell because they have a different view of baptism than you do, right? Well, that's not what I'm the same point of contact. I'm not condemning someone to hell because they have a different view of I don't know, soteriology or pick your particular biblical doctrine. They're not necessarily heretics. Now, there are some views of biblical doctrine that are heretical. That's not the point. The point is just because someone holds a different view doesn't mean they're going to hell necessarily. But it does mean that you should not pull that particular teacher or teaching into your church or into your conference or fill in the blank, whatever it might be. And so someone who's willing to divide from error, willing to separate from error, whereas someone who's more evangelical is more well, we can accommodate certain, we can get along with certain people. Like Billy Graham is the prototypical evangelical, but Billy Graham did crusades with Catholic priests. Now, I'm sorry. There is no excuse for that. Like you are literally turning, if you have someone get born again at a Billy Graham crusade, you are literally turning them over to what amounts to a cult. There's no excuse for that. That's unity above truth. Right? And that's why I have major issues with a lot of how evangelicals act. Not necessarily with like the doctrines. I think a lot of the stuff that evangelicals believe when it comes to doctrine, I would agree with. At least the stuff that they all agree on, which there isn't a whole lot of that. Again, truth above unity. A lot of evangelicals will get along even though they don't really agree on a whole lot of much of anything other than like Christ is deity and salvation by grace through faith. That's just about the only two things they agree on. There are probably a few other things, but those are the two big ones anyway. So anyways, I will stop rambling on and I'll let somebody else talk. So, and sorry, John, if I flamed your channel, I apologize.
Oh, no, you're good. I'm just in repose. I've been reading a rather entertaining set of comments from some atheist dude. It's I'm getting a great amount of entertainment from this. So for those of you who were paying attention to the stream the other night, way into the conversation with Pine Creek, he asked me about like me being a Christian, how long I've been a Christian, all that kind of stuff, right? So this character, Harry Nichols, says, you don't even listen to yourself. Doug asked why you were a Christian. You said it was the result of your accident, nothing to do with apologetics. You looked to apologetics after, in quote, like capital letters, deciding you had a miraculous recovery, and you're whining. Making accusations, calling somebody snarky and sarcastic is your shield. Doug was sarcastic. But was he derogatory to anyone? Did he make accusations about anyone? Did he whine about being talked over by 3 people at a time? You're childish and disrespectful. Okay, so that guy clearly didn't listen to anything because I clearly stated I was a Christian well before that. In college, I'd made the conscious decision to go live sex, drugs, and rock and roll for a decade to make a bunch of money, and that the facing of death was not what made me a Christian, but what brought me back to God. And then I spent time searching for reasons to make sure that my faith was sound, and I had substantive reasons for belief in everything that had been the second chance I've been given in life. And it really amazes me how, and it's just one example of many, like these atheists don't actually listen to what is stated, and then make all these assertions and like definitive statements that you did X when it's not even remotely close to what was actually the timeline of statements, nor the information that was actually imparted as a result of all this. I mean, it's like it amazes me.
I am going to have to take a crash into bed because it's almost 3 a.m. where I am. So I need to be somewhat together. Now, Sal, I can hang on until you go take care of your mom, so John has someone else to talk to if you need to go for a couple minutes. I can hang on for that, but then I need to go to bed.
Well, unless LPP goes on a monologue or someone else joins. So Tangelo was trying to get in.
Yeah, Tangelo was in. I'm not sure what he dropped off, and I think Sentinel Apologetics is going to hop in here in a minute. He said he was. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to keep this one going anyway, so we'll see what...
Yeah. Well, we had a lot of fun last night, and you've given me a lot of good ideas for a topic. Oh, speaking of which, John, I'd like to invite you to my channel, and we can talk about atheist faith. You on one of your, I think it was the Evo Fight Night, and Randolph Richardson showed up there. But just before that, you were showing all these faith statements of atheists. I said that was really clever, and that struck me. Like I said, some of these debates, it registers months later what the proper comeback was. Matt Dillahunty said, "I'm not 100% sure of anything." He said that in my debate.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know how to connect that until I saw this thing with atheist faith. I just realized all of them operate on faith.
Of course they do.
Mm-hmm. And we just have to identify what it is. Because he made all these assertions, and I should have said, well, how do you know that? Because you said you're not 100% sure of anything. So you're making a faith assertion. That should have been my comeback. But here it is, that's Brandolini's law. It takes 10 times more effort to refute the BS that someone just spews.
Well, Sal, even if you had said that, the only result that would have been made him madder. So I mean, that wouldn't have responded to it. He just gotten angrier. So.
I'm seriously considering doing a when I've got some more time after this move. I'm thinking about doing a review compilation of Dillahunty, because on Atheist Experience, I have noticed that it's usually within 45 seconds of a phone call starting, he has told the person, ask the person a question, not let them complete their first sentence in response, then accuse them of dodging the question, and then begun to flip out and start yelling at them, putting them on mute and whatnot. And usually, I'm like, interesting, very interesting. This is like an ongoing trend. if you ask somebody a question, it is your dilettante. The probability of you letting them actually answer the question is extraordinarily low, and then you're going to accuse them of dodging it, and then the accusation that they're dodging the question will be extremely high. I think it'll make for a funny compilation of what he's doing, and kind of use that in conjunction with the what he meme did with the dilettante dodge concept.
So I guess unless Sentinel Apologetics joins, you'll probably shut down the stream. I really should attend to Mom and Emery. We'll talk again. I wanted to say I'm really glad you've joined this stream tonight. You've really added to the conversation, and it is very sobering what you've had to say. It's reinforced my feelings that if not us, who's going to tell the truth?
I mean, I really hate being the harbinger of doom all the time.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're not in a good way, and somebody needs to say it.
Yeah. This is, as Peter Hitchens says, I'm a pessimist, but I don't get why people are so down on pessimists. And so this has reinforced our calling.
I can consider myself I'm a pragmatic optimist. So go take care of your mom, Sal.
Have a good one, Sal. But I'm probably a pragmatic pessimist. I've always been kind of a pessimist, but I'm also kind of very much a pragmatist. And like I can, as the saying goes, I can read the tea leaves. Like, it does not look pleasant from the outside looking in, or in the inside looking in. So anyway, all right.
Well, go get some sleep.
Yeah, I really gotta sleep. Because
I came in to talk to Emory about the comments he just made to me. That's why I just came in. I made time off work quickly.
Well, okay. I'm assuming you're Sentinel Apologetics. I've never actually seen what you look like. I just know your logo. But I can take a few minutes, but I really need to go to bed. It's 3 a.m, man. So I'm not usually up even this late. But so go ahead. I'll take a few minutes.
No, I was just wondering because I just asked you simply a question. Is it valid to take fundamentalism? Is it valid to do that? And your response was quite stern, as if I've said things that made you.
I'm very familiar with your viewpoints. I don't watch a ton of your content, but I am very familiar with your viewpoints. And
so, why did you react the way you did?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all that.
Why did you react the way you did?
Because I know that the positions you hold are not, at least on the origins question, are not biblically faithful positions. And I'm going to react that way because I feel that undermines the entire credibility of the rest of the Bible. And so when you do that, that is going to prompt a response from me.
So, but just a moment ago, weren't you talking about elders in the church, age differences, life wisdom, and so on? I mean, I'm presuming you're in your 20s, maybe 30s?
I'm not going to reveal exactly how old I am because I have to use a pseudonym because I'm in secular graduate school and I would get kicked out if they knew I was a creationist. So I'm not revealing any personal information. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So it's just like a victim blaming naming game sort of thing, which it's the height of immaturity to assert such things and then go down a fundamentalist route when you yourself just said you have no clue about my story, where I come from, how I view the Bible, what the scholarship is behind the Bible.
No, you are misrepresenting what I said. I am well aware of your position on origins. You have not exactly made a
So what's my position?
Your position on origins is that the Bible should not be taken as plainly written. That's pretty straightforward. It's not hard to figure out.
So what?
Made that abundantly clear.
But I do advocate for it to be plainly read the way it should be read.
No, you don't.
Okay, then what do I argue then?
the argument I've seen from you is if not theistic evolution, it's close to theistic evolution. That's your position. And I'm like, I've not interacted with you a ton, but I know I followed enough of your interactions on either YouTube or Twitter to know where you stand. Don't try to play this game with me. It's not going to work.
Okay, so hang on a second. My channel is full of ancient Near Eastern scholarship as well.
I'm well aware.
So I appeal to ancient Near Eastern scholarship first before I go down any concordist route, which young Earth creationists and old Earth creationists are equally guilty of, as much as the theistic evolution model. So if I'm advocating for an ancient Near Eastern cosmology, how is that not reading the text plainly?
For a very simple reason, that the Bible does not teach what you call an ancient Near Eastern literature. The ancient Near Eastern, for example, there are multiple, and it is far too late at night for me to get too deep into the weeds on this, but there are multiple ancient Near Eastern quote unquote cosmologies, if you will. So trying to argue that, as I believe it was Michael Heiser does, that the Bible teaches a flat Earth, but it's not actually flat. And I could be wrong. It might not be Heiser. It's 3:00 in the morning. So if I've messed up my reference, I apologize.
No, Heiser, Walton, all of them affirm that's a classic ancient Near Eastern mold.
Again, I
like
was,
Genesis 1:1. You could literally translate Eretz in Genesis 1:1 as Sheol. You could actually translate that as that way. So in other words, God creates the heavens and Sheol from underneath. And that's legitimately in the scholarship. There's nothing wrong with that. With that translation,
you can't actually do that, because you're literally transliterating one Hebrew word for another Hebrew word. That's not
Eretz is used for Sheol in the Old Testament and in Ugaritic literature in the ancient Near East.
First of all, Ugaritic literature has exactly zero bearing on understanding of the scripture.
Really?
Is the scripture not able to be understood? Do you have to have a PhD?
So where did Abraham come from?
In ancient Near East. Let me finish my sentence.
Where did Abraham come from? What was his hometown? What was the name of it?
You know what? I don't have the patience for dealing with you at 3:00 in the morning. There's a reason I don't interact with you outside of this, because you do stuff like this. You won't even let me finish my sentence to ask.
No, finish your point. Finish your point. Go for it.
Is the Bible able to be understood without appealing to a scholar? Yes or no?
The Bible, that in itself is a completely it's a wrong question, because when you say Bible there,
can you read the Bible and understand it without having to appeal to John Walton, Michael Heiser, or someone like you as the gatekeeper?
If you
understand what it says,
yeah.
Can you rightly understand what the Bible says without having to appeal to John Walton?
How ironic! How ironic. It's the specialists themselves that give you a translation of the Bible. So if it wasn't for the scholars, you wouldn't be reading it in English or any other language if you're in another country. So when I specifically asked you about, say, Ur of the Chaldeans, there's your example of Ugaritic as the basis for the origins of Abraham and then
I'm not
Paleo-Hebrew.
arguing that Abraham did not come from Ur. That's certainly not what I'm arguing. The argument I am presenting is that ancient Ugaritic texts do not tell us how to interpret the Bible.
You know, it does. It does, because Hebrew is a sister language to Ugaritic.
That is blatantly false.
How do you know that? What's the evidence for your claim about that?
Well, no. I don't have to provide evidence that for that claim. You have to provide evidence that we should use something other than the inspired text of Scripture to interpret the Scripture. You are making a claim that the Bible is not, the perspicuity of the Bible is insufficient to understand it. And if you want to go down that road, that's fine, but you're going to end up in heresy really fast if you aren't there already.
So how am I in heresy then if I don't?
I didn't say you were. I said you will end up there. If you want to go down the road that the Bible is not sufficient to interpret itself, you will end up in heresy.
So if I'm appealing to Ezekiel 1's so-called easy reading according to you, what sort of conclusion would I come down to? Because the Bible doesn't interpret Ezekiel 1 for me. It may repeat the same imagery of Ezekiel 1, but it doesn't explain it. So, for example, Revelation 4 repeats Ezekiel 1. But what is happening in Ezekiel 1?
I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't know exactly what the text says in Ezekiel 1. I'm not a prophet.
So if you don't know what the text is saying, why are you just being so pompous about this topic?
The point being, I have to look it up. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, so in Ezekiel 1, you have the description of cherubim with certain, like 4 faces. There's wheels with eyes covering their body. And Ezekiel is describing this as some form of throne platform that Yahweh is seated on. But the question is, why is Ezekiel utilizing such imagery? And then John repeats that in Revelation.
Maybe that's because that's what he saw?
No, he's not seeing that at all. Why does that imagery appear in Ezekiel, but not
let me read
but not in Nehemiah or Isaiah? Like, why is it unique to Ezekiel?
Ezekiel 1, starting in verse 4. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud and a fire enfolding on itself, and a brightness was about it. And out of the midst thereof was the color of amber out of the midst of the fire. And out of the midst came the likeness of 4 living creatures. He saw this.
Yeah,
it specifically says, I looked. He's reporting what he saw.
Yeah, describe the 4 living creatures.
I really fail to see how that's relevant, considering you were arguing that he didn't see it. I literally just demonstrated to you he saw it. That's why it's there. He reports what he saw.
Yeah, so describe the living creatures. No, but describe the living creatures to me, and it proves my point. So keep going, keep reading.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. And out of the midst of them came the likeness of 4 living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and everyone had 4 faces. Everyone had 4 wings. And their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot, and they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. And the hands of the man under their wings on their 4 sides, and they had 4 had their faces and their wings. And I'm sorry, I'm losing it. I'm trying to read this. And their wings were joined one to another. They turned not when they went every one straight forward. And as for the likeness of their faces, they 4 had the face of a man, the face of a lion on the right side. They had 4 the face of an ox on the left side. They had 4. They 4 also had the face of an eagle, and thus were their faces, and their wings were stretched upward. 2 wings of every one were joined one to another, and their covered bodies. And they went every one straight forward, whither the Spirit was to go. They went, and they turned not when they went. And I think I've made your point, but the point being, again, he saw exactly. He's reporting what he saw. That's what it says. Now, whether you agree with what he saw or not doesn't matter. The Bible is true. Whether or not you like it is a completely different story. I don't care whether you like it or not. That's what it says.
Okay. Do you see this in my background here? This is what Ezekiel is saying. What is this? This is the sort of thing you see in Ugaritic literature. Let me just try and get another depiction here. Here you go. This is the perfect one. This is the throne platform. There's the wheels. There's the hooves connecting the wheel there. Yeah, your cherubim with the faces. Let's see here. The faces over here. Then the wings holding up the platform. There's eyes covering all these creatures.
So let me see if I understand your position correctly. You were saying that because we found something that looks like it could match something that the Bible talks about. You were saying. By the way,
John, I apologize for this graphic here, but this is part of the iconographic imagery here. I mean, there's a phallic symbol there, but Ezekiel is also describing this in Ezekiel 1. To be a little bit more specific, he's technically describing this, the zodiac, the cycles of time in Babylonian iconography. So it's a scholarship that brings us out.
No.
Would you have come with that conclusion if it wasn't for the scholarship?
First of all, I categorically reject that is what Ezekiel is describing. I think that that has been imposed on the text. There is but Ezekiel specifically says, I saw this. So let me ask you something. Did God inspire his word, or did he not?
He did inspire, but he didn't dictate it.
If he inspired his word, does that not mean that when Ezekiel says, I actually saw this, he actually saw it?
Yeah, he's seeing it. He's describing Babylonian iconography here.
That is not what he says he saw.
That's what
No,
he's
no,
saying.
no.
So
Go
what-
back to verse 4. Go back to verse 4. How does he say he sees this?
No, go
A
back to
whirlwind
verse
comes
1.
out of the north, a great cloud, a fire, and a brightness, and out of the midst of those things comes the things that Ezekiel describes.
No, reread verses 1 to 3, then go to 4. Go
Okay.
from verse 1.
All right. Let's see. I came to pass in the 30th year in the 4th month and the 5th day of the month, as I was among the captives in the river Chebar, that the heavens were open, and I saw visions of God. In the 5th day of the month, which was the 5th year of King Jehoiachin's captivity, the word of the Lord came expressly unto Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzai, in the land of the Chaldeans by the river Chebar, and the hand of the Lord was upon him there, and I looked. Again,
What was the land's name?
Yep, obviously Chaldeans.
Land of
but
the...
yeah.
Okay, so what literature is at Chaldea?
You don't get it. Let me try
What's the name of the literature that's at Chaldea? What's
make this very
in
simple.
the 1800s when they were doing archaeology? What were they digging up? What cuneiform texts were they digging up?
I would assume Babylonian. I'm not
Ugaritic, Babylonian, exactly, Akkadian, all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that does not make scripture mean that scripture is borrowing from Ugaritic texts. That does not mean that in the least. All that means is that they dug up some Babylonian parchments.
So then, so then my question to you is, why then is Ezekiel writing? So if he's not borrowing from that literature, which by the way he is, but if he's not, then why are the descriptions exactly the sort of thing you'd read in that same literature?
Let me ask you something. Does the Bible mean what it says?
Sure, yeah, and it means exactly what it says to that ancient.
Says he looked and he saw. Did he look and see, or did he not look and see? Straight answer, yes or no?
Yeah. So he's looking and seeing. He's looking and seeing a theophanic
he is not borrowing
appearance.
from the Ugaritic. Thank you very much. If he actually looked and he actually saw and he actually described what he saw, then he's not borrowing from the Ugaritic. Thank you. And I've got no more time to waste on you. I'm sorry. I've got to go to bed. It's 3:15 in the morning, and as you can tell, my blood pressure is starting to rise from dealing with this garbage. So, because I deal with it all the time, I'm sorry. It's not you.
What?
It's
You mean to
just,
say Ezekiel lost his original readers because they wouldn't have seen the original context?
what the devil is that supposed to mean?
Because if Ezekiel is writing in the 500s BC, don't forget the Babylonian exile took place.
I know roughly when the Babylonian exile took place. Yeah.
Right. So, what was the cognitive engagement of his readers at the time? Were they thinking of this photo over here? Or were they think of something else? Were they thinking of, say, 20th century understandings of the world?
Again, pause. Did Ezekiel actually see what he wrote down, or did he not see anything and just write stuff down from Ugaritic literature? Which one did he do?
So did he do this?
I asked you a question.
Did he see this? Is what I'm saying, or what I'm asking, because this is what he's describing.
I have no idea what he actually saw, but I would imagine it's probably along the lines of what he described.
Yeah, which is this. So an ancient Babylonian reader would be like, "Look, Ezekiel. The point. You don't even understand. You don't. You're talking actually a lot. You're speaking a lot more than I am. Believe it or not.
Go ahead.
What he's writing here is a polemic. So Daniel 7, for example, repeats the same Babylonian polemic. You have the polemic in Daniel 2, Nebuchadnezzar's dream. And so Isaiah also repeats the same thing. Nehemiah repeats the same thing. But they're all repeating the same sort of thing in their own time frame. They're not sharing the same worldview. Now, if you
hold it. I want to ask you a question here real quick. Just a clarification.
Okay.
Are you saying that the Jewish prophets who were all worshiping the same God, did not share the same worldview? Is that what I just heard you say?
No. They are. So, for example, Paul is writing, or even, to be even most explicit, John in Revelation. So John is writing about, Rome, the Roman Empire. So his polemic, say in Revelation 17, is a polemic against Roma, who sits on 7 hills, and then interestingly repurposes Old Testament for his means, because guess what? He's a Jew who believed that Ezekiel worships the same God that John worships in the New Testament period. So it's the same deity, but you're talking about different circumstances over thousands of years that transpire. So Ezekiel's circumstances are vastly different to John's circumstances in Asia Minor, because he's writing to the 7 churches in Asia Minor.
Oh, okay, but I fail to see how that connects to your argument.
I just said that each biblical author has a different context.
Oh, okay, okay.
Vocabulary, different.
But having different
context.
having a different context doesn't mean that Ezekiel didn't see what he said he saw.
So when Ezekiel writes and describes this, it makes sense that he writes and describes this because he's located within that Babylonian context. It would make no sense for, say, I don't know, Ezra, because that's post-exilic, for Ezra to write stuff like this, because there's no use for it. So Ezra has a specific reason why Ezra exists, that book, because it's a logistical registry sort of thing going on post-exile. And then you have your Second Temple period, which is the Maccabean context that leads into New Testament era.
Let me ask you a question about Ezekiel 1, since we're there. You're arguing that Ezekiel 1 is written, or maybe even more of Ezekiel, I don't know, is written as a polemic against the pagan Ugaritic gods. Am I understanding your argument correctly?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So
okay. Then I don't understand how you get that out of Ezekiel 1, because when you get down to the end of Ezekiel 1, what you find is that this was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't understand how you can get the Ugaritic gods appearing as the likeness of the glory of the Lord. And it's all caps, so it's referring to the God of the Bible, not some pagan deity. How do you square that?
Mm-hmm. So the pagan deities actually, so this goes back to Deuteronomy 32 verse 8. So in other words, I take seriously the context behind the fact that Moses is very careful in that, because Deuteronomy 32 is a song of Moses, to specifically say that Yahweh is the true God of all the gods. I don't deny the existence of other gods. In Deuteronomy 32 verse 8, it's a repetition of the Tower of Babel. In the Tower of Babel story, you have a distribution of humans under the subjugation of the other gods that are fallen, naturally speaking. So these other gods, you see hints of it throughout the Old Testament, where the prophets specifically say that they want to rise and supersede God's throne. So it's Isaiah 14, the Hillel ben Shekar figure there. Now, what's interesting is that if Israel is going to be a light to the nations, as again Isaiah repeats that same language, what's required then is a type of evangelistic tool to showcase who the true God actually is. So in other words, it's kind of like a slap in the face to show the pettiness of these pagan gods, because they're subjugated to Yahweh anyway. So for example, when Baal is described in the Ugaritic literature, when Baal is described as the charioteer of the clouds, also known as the cloud rider, you see that same language, that same description given to Yahweh. Yahweh is the one that rides the clouds. And Jesus, before the high priest, when the high priest tears his robe, Jesus uses the same language, the Son of Man who comes on the clouds. So my question, when I see that, I have no problem. I don't get all angst, or I don't get all worried like, oh my gosh, I'm seeing verbatim language, repeated verbatim language applied to Yahweh, that actually I see the same sort of thing in the Enuma Elish or any of the other pagan texts. The point is, the true God is sort of taking the rightful titles for himself to say, no, I'm the one who rides the clouds, not you.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
Okay, I think I don't have a problem with saying that pagan deities have borrowed titles from God like that. I mean that.
No, it's the other way around. It's the other way around.
No, it's not.
Because God is not. God is not associated, like he's not ontologically associated with cloud riding.
You are
It's the other way
assuming
around.
you are assuming that these ancient Ugaritic texts predate Scripture, and that these things have not been stripped
But
from
they
Scripture.
do. They do predate Scripture.
They don't.
They
Nice
do.
try. Keep trying.
How do you know that they don't?
Look, the Ugaritic, most of the Ugaritic texts that we're talking, and I know you've accepted secular scholarship that pushes the dates of some of these texts way into the future. I get that, but let's if we go to the text, of Scripture, we know, like, God. Okay, well, there's something we both can agree on. Again, I may not be framing this role because it's 3:30 in the morning, so bear with me. We both can agree that the true God, the God of the Bible, predates any existence of the Ugaritic gods, correct?
Wait, the God of the Bible pre-exists?
The God of the Bible is eternal and thus predates any mention or existence of the Ugaritic gods.
Yeah,
correct?
I agree with that. Yeah,
okay,
obviously.
yeah. But I want to establish that as a grounding point. Okay, now, obviously, I know you accept an old Earth, you accept millions of years, so you accept that there were civilizations that existed long before the Jewish civilization formed up, and they came up with all these Ugaritic texts that are tens of thousands or whatever years old. Correct? Am I roughly?
Yeah, and that's also true in regards to the actual story itself, because you see Abraham coming out of the Ur of the Chaldeans, and then the Jewish nation following. That's Deuteronomy 32.
Yes, that's true. That's true. I'm not arguing that is false. I'm not arguing that that's false in any way. That's what the Bible says. I believe what the Bible says. But if you take a step back, this is where our disconnect is, because you've accepted the secular dates for these texts, you've accepted the secular explanation for these texts, and that's why you are going to put them before the Bible, and therefore the Bible is borrowing from them rather than them borrowing from the Bible, which is what has actually happened. And I'm afraid I do not have any more time. I am sorry. It is 3:30 in the morning. I have to be up in 5 hours.
Well, all I have to say is even though I know, because I've read the literature, especially the primary sources, not just the secondary sources. And I'll just say this before you go to bed, that there's nothing wrong in these texts pre-existing the Bible. All the more it shows that when God utilizes those same texts in a sort of refurbished manner, is to showcase his true sovereignty in that process. He doesn't need these titles or texts prior to these pagan texts, because what logic, or where's the logic if the text pre-exists the pagan text, and then the pagan texts go, no, we're going to try and make our own version of this, so we're going to borrow from this text, which is supposedly the true text. There's no logic in that.
It may not be logical.
It's interesting
that's
that
exactly what Muhammad did. Have a great night. I can't stick up any longer. Have a great night.
No worries.
Have a good one, Emery. All right, so the question I would have for you on this whole thing is, do you ever contemplate whether or not God might have been using things that Ezekiel and others would have reference of in order for them to understand the vision they're being shown?
Okay. So let me maybe if I can answer with how I view inspiration, hopefully that'll help with your question. I take the principle of 2 Peter 1 verse 21 very seriously, where it says that the Holy Spirit guides the writer or the author, and you have to understand Greek being a sort of military, because Alexander the Great being sort of like a seafaring sort of folk. So Greek is very sailing type terminology, very military type terminology. So the Greek word for guide there is wind filling up the sails of a boat. And the imagery there is quite interesting, where you have the picture is the ship, the captain, the people on that ship are all autonomous. They all have agendas, their own private stuff to do. But then the irony is they're still dependent on Mother Nature. They're still dependent on the wind and all that. So Peter then uses that terminology and is like, look, the Holy Spirit, will blow a certain direction but the Holy Spirit will do it just when it's required. Like, basically, again, it fits with the omniscience of God, the sovereignty of God, where the author is writing one day. There could be an epiphany that could happen, or there could be some sort of political event that may happen, or there could be some natural, maybe an earthquake or some natural disaster or something to sort of conveniently coincide with that particular moment. They may be thinking about something, writing about something. So notice that Ezekiel 1, the first 3 verses, you already have that depiction taking place, where Ezekiel is, one day he's just by the rivers of Shabar, and then some, like, he is describing a theophany, and I do believe in that. I do believe that some form of vision or theophany is appearing to him, and I take very seriously that that's basically Jesus, because John 1:18 clearly says no one has seen God, but the monogenes theos, the unique God who's at the Father's side, revealed himself to humans all in the Old Testament. So when God walks in the garden, when God speaks to Moses, like, I mean, as in Ezekiel 1, I think it's in verse 28, either 26 or 28, it says, and I saw on the throne someone that looked like a human, or like a human appearance. So these are all the pre-incarnate Jesus moments. The man wrestling with Jacob, that's Jesus. So now, when Ezekiel is writing what he's writing, notice that he's writing to an audience that's already in captivity. And when you read the whole of Ezekiel, when you see it play out, Ezekiel himself does some pretty weird stuff. Sometimes he sleeps on his side for like a couple of weeks. Sometimes he'll make like a prototype of Jerusalem itself. But then at the same time, he'll throw in all these Babylonian imagery on top of what he's writing. And you have an editor on top of that within the text itself. So, and again, going back to the first 3 verses, you actually see a first person and a third person taking place. And this is how we know Ezekiel, there's already like an original Ezekiel script, and then an editor came in and sort of clarified a few things. And then I don't have a problem with that as well, because guess what? Taking the model of the Spirit guiding the sails, so God can easily and sovereignly work with a redactor or an editor in a process, just when required, so that the original audience can fully appreciate and understand the full extent of the message. So if a Babylonian reader is looking at this going, wow, this is an interesting piece of literature, and Marduk is not the god of the cycles of time, but Yahweh is, with the 4 living creatures and all that, then I'm going to take this to heart, and this is going to help me somehow. It's like an inspirational book.
I'm still not understanding. I mean, I follow what you're saying, but I'm not really understanding your point in relation to the question that was asked, and I'm not really sure what the point was.
Maybe gauge the question again. Like,
okay, so per what you just stated, did Ezekiel have a vision? Yes or no?
Sure, I believe it did. Yeah, because I just said about Jesus and all that. Yeah,
I get that. I'm just reiterating. Okay, so if that's the case, then if he's having a vision, and to your point on context and such, do you think that it is a rational conclusion that perhaps he was seeing things that would have context for him in order for him to understand the prophecy which was being denoted to him by God?
Yeah, that's possible as well. Yeah.
Okay, so
in other words, God is coming down to basically his level as required if needed.
Right. That's so possible, I'm not really sure what the point of your back and forth with Emery was then, because Emery's position was that he was seeing this, and you were trying to make it out that he wasn't. This was just you were referencing like the Uritic text and things of the Babylonian symbology and whatnot. And
yeah,
you guys
so
I'm not really sure what the point of conflict was between the two of you. If you think it's reasonable that he was actually seeing this vision and was seeing these things in his vision.
Yeah, and
so what were you guys?
This is why I was bringing up that iconographic example. Like, for example, this say this depiction here, or even this depiction over here. Here you have, here's your the center figure over here. This is the main deity. Here are the cherubim with the four wings and so on, and there's the who's, and they're holding up the platform and so on. Now, how did Ezekiel, a Jew, know about this imagery before this vision? Obviously, he would have to. He would be seeing it everywhere. You see it on the walls of Babylon. You'd see it in their own literature. So
I get all that.
If he's already
I'm still not following your point. Like I get what you're saying. I understand this. Cool.
The point is he was saying to read the Bible plainly and literally. All right, then let's read it plainly and literally. And this is the sort of thing you'll be saying, is what my point was.
Okay, but
and then he had a reaction to say it's not right.
But Rob, per your concession, Ezekiel was having a vision. He was having a theophany, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I didn't deny that. I don't think I denied that in my discussion with him.
Okay, so could you and Emery be correct?
So I'm willing to concede for him to be correct as long as he acknowledges the fact that you have ancient Near Eastern polemics in the text. And obviously he was saying, no, that's not the case. If he says it is the case, then guess what? We both agree.
No, he was okay. So the way you were framing it to him, whether it was your intentionally or unintentionally, because it's the way I was construing it, listening to you guys, was that you were making the assertion that he wasn't actually having a vision.
No, I didn't.
Because Emery kept repeating himself that he was seeing this, plain as day. He was seeing this.
Yeah, sure.
And you said multiple times, he was seeing. This is just referencing X, Y, and Z. Was he actually seeing Babylonian characters? And you went into this whole thing about the signs and symbols and such, right? And he kept repeating. He was right. Cool. That's great. But he was seeing this. That was the source of conflict.
Yeah, but you'll have to ask him yourself now, specifically if he agrees with the Babylonian iconography as repurposed. So,
well, maybe so. But the point is, the assertion that he was making, he made it repeatedly, was that Ezekiel was having a vision.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so, and you went off this whole thing about, John saw something similar in Revelation, so on and so forth. So, was John having a vision?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not denying that these people have visions. I mean, Jeremiah himself describes divine counsel, necessity, the secret counsel to go, and this is what defines you as a prophet if you are in that mode. And
usually it's they're in the spirit, they're taken in the spirit. There's different things of that nature that predicate these sorts of...
But what I'm saying is each reiteration of these visions that they have is different each and every time. Isaiah 6 is not the sort of thing you see in Ezekiel 1, and is not the sort of thing you see in Daniel 7. It's all different.
Yeah, a lot of them have different... there's no way, shape... I don't know how you can construe anything I was saying to be that they were all the exact same. I was referencing a point that you made. But I think this whole thing started in relation...
The whole thing started with
in relation to
the whole thing started with the literalness of the Bible. That's the whole thing started with that.
Well, I get that, but the point
he's saying,
hang on.
Yeah, okay, go finish your point.
I get what you're saying, but I think twofold. Number one, there can be multiple layers to the text and the meaning, and as we just established, that you're the one that wanted to pull up Ezekiel 1 to make your point.
I gave an example, to Ezekiel,
But it actually exemplifies and embodies the point that I'm making, which is it could both be a reference to things from a contextual perspective, as well as a literal vision. So if it is unless you're denying the fact that it's a literal vision, then the point that Emery was making is valid, and potentially your position is also valid. So you have two people talking past each other when you both can be making valid points.
And that's something you need to encourage him about, because if he's denying the ancient Near Eastern, context behind it, then
can I springboard us something here really quick, Rob? So this is Praise, from MDD, and I know your buddy
Oh,
Hunter.
yeah. Hey, Praise.
Yeah. What's up, man? There's just something that kind of irked me. I'm not trying to come at you or anything, but it's, Job 40 with the behemoth. Now,
there's an example of that. Yeah.
It's of my understanding that you take the tail there to be a bull's penis, and I'm just thinking, why go that route when it's pretty obvious in the context? We're talking about a dinosaur there. And I think that's where he was trying to hit off of, maybe sometimes that you would have to go out of your way to try to put more of a liberal interpretation there. But I'm not saying you are a liberal scholar. I'm just saying it seems very liberal there.
Yeah, but it's not. I'm just appealing to how the context of Job, where it's positioned, where Uz is, the vocabulary of Job, so the language itself, the importance of the original ancient Near Eastern languages. So, for example, the prior gentleman was quite dismissive of the importance of, say, Ugaritic. And, like when you look at, say, for example, the King James rendering of the word around that word tail, it says the stones are knitted a certain way, and then you have the Vulgate having literally in the Vulgate it says testicles. So it's interesting that the euphemisms in the Bible are quite explicit. Something as simple as Adam knowing Eve. There's an example of a sexual euphemism taking place.
Yeah. Well, it says he drinks the river, or he drinks the water up like a river. I don't see how a bull can drink a river of water up like that. But the interesting thing is, in the ancient Near Eastern texts, and also in Second Temple apocalyptic texts, you have the beast, or basically the Satan figure, when it says that he rides this other beast. Well, it's interesting that, so for example, in Revelation 17, when it has the woman riding the beast, well, that's taking from Second Temple apocalyptic literature of Belial or Belial riding on an ox, like a two-horned ox, and you can see in that. In fact, they even have mosaic drawings of this sort of thing in the early church, where you have the penis protruding out and its tail sticking up, and then this ox is like snorting out like smoke. Because this, again, you see this sort of thing, and even in Ezekiel's, is it Ezekiel 23? This, Jerusalem lusted up, and then goes into the graphic. This is just common Semitic sexual euphemism. It's meant to be derogative. That's the point. Yeah. But how many other Hebrew scholars besides the one that? Does Heiser, does he hold that position too, or what's the general understanding among Hebrew scholars? We can go Christopher Wright. There's so many different Hebrew scholars out there. Do they hold that position too? What you hold?
Yeah. You be like there are. So there's this dictionary called the Dictionary of Deities and Demons. It's a dictionary that was in the works for about 20 years, between 1980 and literally before the turn of the millennium. They published it, and there's a whole entry on behemoths in that dictionary, with an extensive bibliographic account. What's interesting is, from the 17th century onwards, you have proposals of the crocodile for Leviathan and the hippo for the behemoth's character. And when you start to see the emergence of anthropologists and biblical scholars, Old Testament biblical scholars, going into the Nile Delta and Egypt and even in Arabia,
for example, I can pick up some late 1800 and early 1900 commentaries on Job. That so, for example, Delitzsch, the Delitzsch commentary on Old Testament. That's a very old one.
Yeah.
It's interesting. They bring up the whole hippo hypothesis. Some of them may bring up an elephant. Some of them may bring up an ox. But notice this is sort of the first time that they're engaging with this, and they actually bring up because they were deciphering hieroglyphs and all that as well. It's interesting that in hieroglyphs you see this wrestling tension between crocodiles and hippos in that same vicinity.
Right.
And notice how Job describes it as with a hook, grabbing the mouth with a hook.
Yeah.
So you see this in the hieroglyphs where that's how they would capture these crocodiles, or that's how they capture these hippos. But at the same time, while they're doing that with a hook, another hippo is toppling the boat or the coracle reed boat that they used to, sail in. And so the point,
interesting. Yeah.
I find it like the point is these were ferocious beasts in the region that God is showcasing, and I believe Job is a historical account. I don't believe it as non-historical. Uz, by the way, is the farthest west you can go in Arabia. Basically, you have the Red Sea, and then you have Egypt more west. But to the east of the Red Sea is where Uz is, I believe. The 10 animals, the Nephesh creatures from the middle of Job 38 all the way to Job 41, there's 10 specific species that God gives to Job to learn from. So, for example, the horse, the eagle, the goat. Then it ends with these last two species, the behemoth and leviathan. So why would God go through very natural species of the region? And you can see rock art cave paintings of these particular species, including the crocodile and the hippo and the ox. But so the first 8 species of the 10, God is speaking about very natural species. And then suddenly the last 2 is like dinosaurs thrown in. Like it just disrupts the flow, and no one would have come up with that interpretation.
I hear you. But this is up to you. I wouldn't mind having this discussion in like a debate format, because I think I would show some stuff that you probably haven't heard about. But that's completely up to you. I mean, we can, if you want to do it on some channel, whatever. But I think there's some things you're not taking account for, but it might be a good discussion. It's up to you if you wanted to. I've challenged you before on that, on Job 40 and other, I think on your channel,
Yeah, if you want to have a discussion, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Awesome, man. So I got your email, but do you know what channel, like what where you want to go? Like,
it's up to you. You decide.
All right, man. Sweet. I think there might be some points that might kind of bring. I think there's some good contradicting points, but we'll see. Maybe you, because I love ancient Near East history. I'm really into that. So I appreciate you imparting some of that knowledge, and I didn't know that. So that's pretty interesting.
Okay.
All right, man.
It's been a while. I haven't heard your voice in a while, but it's good to hear from you, and I hope.
Yeah, likewise.
Hope you've been well, and yeah.
Yeah, we'll pick a venue, maybe even on here. If it's okay with you, that'd be cool.
Sure.
All right, man. Take it easy. Thanks, LP, for letting me in. I haven't seen you guys in a while, but I'll hit you guys up later. Take care.
God bless.
No,
God bless.
I think oftentimes these things get, I don't know, it's my personal opinion that sometimes people get tied up into dramatic amounts of over-analysis and minutia. It's a known issue in academia in a variety of disciplines. Very often,
yeah,
especially historical stuff. A lot of times, academics get very tied up on like, well, there's nothing new has been discovered in XYZ, and then start using their creativity. And then before you know it, we have these massive commentaries. And it's like, commentaries have been being written for a long time on these subjects. And it really amazes me how there's all these like every year there's these new groundbreaking new interpretation of XYZ that's never been contemplated before. And it's like, I don't know, at some point, some of
Well, what commentaries have you been reading that says that? Because when I read commentaries,
I'm speaking in a general sense, man. You're being hyper literal. You're proving my point right now. I'm speaking rhetorically here.
Yeah, but I mean, I would sort of it. I mean, I'm just saying this sort of like constructive criticism here to you. I mean, I read a lot of commentaries, and there's a lot. It's not like there's some scholar trying to up the other or something. They're all genuinely. They're being asked or encouraged to work to build on the prior work of others. So I can, for example, I can show you some very good Tinder. And by the way, commentaries have agendas, but the agenda is the audience, that the type of audience that would read it. So you have the Herminius series that are specifically only for scholars, but then you have the Tyndale commentary series, which is what I was just going to mention, that are basically for the casual reader, even maybe a parent or something. But for example, recently I just bought, it's a 2019 publication on Revelation, Tyndale Revelation commentary. And I was just reading the preface actually earlier today, where the guy actually in his preface says, these are all the commentaries that's been like the legit proper ones that's been written on Revelation. And he literally says, these are people I've consulted with, I've emailed them, I've spoken with them, I'm thanking them for their work. And now all I'm going to do is for this particular audience, I'm just going to systematize it so that it's digestible for you. And naturally there will be some disagreement here and there, because guess what? If the latest commentary that he's read was back in 2016 and he's writing this for 2019, there's some journal articles that's popped up in between 2016 and 2019 that those prior commentaries didn't touch on, that he's now realizing and wrestling with in this tension. And it's just like this, like other fields of discipline where it just keeps improving. It's not, and what I'm noticing is it's all the more it's affirming the richness, the beauty, the richest beauty and just amazing literature this actually is. But what I was going to say was the total bizarre world that the literature actually stems from. Because the more we investigate the ancient world, the more bizarre it actually is. And again, bizarre is not in a derogative way. It's actually so I'm saying this so that it can cause a type of humility when we do go into the ancient world, and not disparage them the way the atheists do, like say Aaron Ra, like the goat herders, like that is such a arrogant, ignorant, understanding of ancient humans. And so
well, I mean, I would agree with you on that in terms of the the goat herder insult, which I find very ironic since there's dramatic evidence that people were actually smarter then than they are now. Case in point, we're seeing a deprecation in IQ points in the last 80 years. They haven't been being measured for that long, and we're seeing a trackable deprecation of average IQ. So there's a lot of different things you can look at from that perspective, but there's so much technology concepts that clearly must have existed in ancient times for some of their construction projects, that there's different aspects of things that were being built that we couldn't replicate until recent memory, and things of that scale. So how was it being done? I mean, obviously there had to be understanding of mathematics, engineering, and different principles to be able to physically move giant pieces of stone long distances. I mean, you had to have come up, just the way the Romans did it with the freaking rolling logs, as an example. for moving giant pieces of stone to build different temples and such. I mean, get things across water, and I mean, it's amazing some of the different engineering feats that were accomplished in ancient times. That until we had helicopters and stuff in the modern era, wouldn't even have been considered remotely feasible, right? And then it's like, oh, well, they must have been goat herders, and they're running around in the dirt and living in tents. And it's like, well, yeah, there was that aspect, but there was also things on a much larger scale. And
yeah, what you're talking about is a type of they had more wisdom. I would say they had more wisdom, a higher wisdom IQ than a knowledge IQ. So, and in this case, what you're describing is a reverse engineering of the natural surroundings to help them in these projects, rather than tools to help us make the same stuff. And notice that, for example, the pyramid is just a tomb. And yes, it is an architectural feat to make something like the pyramid, but what logical feasibility is there in our context to make a pyramid? There's no reason. It's solely made for what the Egyptians believed to be a ziggurat for the pharaoh and connecting it to the god.
Well, that's for the newer set of the pyramids. The old empire ones potentially had different function. I mean, Tesla actually viewed the structure of some of the old pyramids as some kind of a giant battery, or a way to capture electricity. And he actually structured one of his inventions following the same layout logic, just on a smaller scale, and it actually worked. For whatever, I forget exactly what he was trying to accomplish, but
wait, do you hold to the ancient alien hypothesis?
I don't know. No, I do not hold the ancient alien hypothesis whatsoever. I'm just making a statement in relation to. Are you just saying that there are not two sets of pyramids?
No, as far as Egyptology is concerned, there's no battery technology associated with pyramid structure. Even if you're talking about Old or New Kingdom.
Old Kingdom, there is
either old or new.
No, I'm not referring to the new. I'm specifically referring to the Old Kingdom pyramids, and that they have different. Like the New Kingdom were clearly tombs. No ifs, ands, buts about it. Well, I watched a whole documentary on this whole deal a couple years ago of the. I'm forgetting exactly, but the way the structure went, and there was the not circular, the snake-like back and forth of the layers, and from the stone, the stone that was made out of, and there was different substances that were that Tesla actually viewed as being able to potentially capture the Earth's magnetic field, and he created a prototype on a smaller scale, following the exact same logic, and he was able to use it. Again, I forget the exact. This was several years ago when I watched it. I remember thinking it was rather fascinating. But I mean, we have discovered battery technology in. I think it was the Persian Empire. They found some stuff that was. So there's a variety of technologies that have been found different places around the globe that. When they were found, we didn't know what they were, and because we weren't really operating on the same level of potential use case. So we didn't know what to look for. It's the exact same things happening in biology right now. There's so many different things that we didn't have up until, even the last 20 or 30 years, we didn't have the technology concept to even know what to look for inside a biological system. I mean, we're finding the exact same principles being.
So you're talking about Tesla's electromagnetic pyramid, the triangle-shaped design. Because I'm just Googling it right now. So there's, for example, big thing why Nikola Tesla was obsessed with the Egyptian pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
In 1905, Tesla filed a patent in the U.S. titled "The Art of Transmitting Electrical Energy through the Natural Medium." Tap the ionosphere. It was the ionosphere, not the magnetic field, for energy collection. Yep. So anyway.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, I can tell you for a fact, Egyptologists would, at best, would say this is nothing but a coincidence, because there's nothing special about a pyramid itself. Now, you do see in the ancient alien folklore, they'll try and point out, oh, look, there's this hieroglyph of what looks like a tube with, the snake that's inside the tube, and that looks like, say, the coils of a tube light or something, and therefore it's generating light to the chamber and all this, and that in itself is a complete misreading of the hieroglyph. So I'm sort of aware of the Zachariah Sitchin and
so a
everyone
minute ago, you categorically denied that there could be any reference to pyramids in relation to what I was referring to. Then you Googled it and found out that what I was stating was correct. But then you stated that, well, the Egyptologists would just completely dismiss this.
I didn't.
That's literally. I literally just quoted you. So the point I'm making is that, and I find this. I always find this very fascinating with in a variety of contexts. Is very often people approach things from it must be absolutely 100% this way, and then if they don't have personal knowledge of X, then it must be it doesn't exist. And there's no way anybody could ever be considering anything from a different angle. And I feel like that's what I just witnessed with you.
No, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't do that at all to you. I'm speaking from the fact that I'm well aware of, say, the ancient alien argumentation, which would go even way beyond what Tesla was thinking about. Now, I personally didn't know Tesla was making that point. That's why I Googled it, and that's why I'm transparently showing you, or even saying it when I was Googling it. And my point to you wasn't dismissing your statement that, or whatever that Tesla was making. My disagreement with you was that the pyramids themselves have some form of
holy snap. 2018, the Great Pyramid of Giza can collect and concentrate electromagnetic energy in its chambers and at its base. Scientists have discovered. Huh.
Yeah, I've seen that paper. That's just an article that has nothing in connection with. It doesn't. It's not a battery. It doesn't collect energy.
Okay, so it literally they literally just stated that it can collect and concentrate electromagnetic energy in its chambers and at its base. That's I'm literally quoting.
Great Pyramid of Giza can focus pockets of energy.
The study published in the Journal of Applied Physics says, in general, one may conclude that the pyramidal objects located on a substrate and supporting multipore resonances can significantly suppress the reflection of incident electromagnetic waves. In the Earth conditions, this could be used for controlling the radio wave propagation and reflection. Due to scaling properties, such a behavior can be realized in different spectral ranges for suitable material and geometrical parameters. Let's see. We as scientists were interested in them as well, so we decided to look at the Great Pyramid as a particle dissipating rate. What the hell is up with this freaking website? It's sliding every 5 seconds. Got way too many ads. Where was I? Oh my lord. This SkyNews.com has got a ridiculous amount of advertisements popping in here. Okay, with these assumptions we made.
The paper, by the way.
Huh?
I have the paper. I can give you the DOI for the paper in the private chat. That's the paper. Electromagnetic properties of the Great Pyramid, first multipole resonances and energy concentration.
Okay. So this is just as the it's just as the abstract. Let's see, let's get full text here. I'll have to go get the real full paper. Annoying how publications make it such a pain in the butt to actually get the full papers. That's why I love Sci-Hub.
Yeah, I'm accessing it through my institution. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking at the full paper right now.
Yeah, this is just speaking about light propagation.
It was established that the pyramid chambers can concentrate electromagnetic energy at the resonance conditions. In general, one may conclude the pyramidal objects located on a substrate and supporting multipolar resonances can significantly suppress the reflection of incidental electromagnetic waves. In the Earth conditions, this could be used for controlling the radio wave propagation and reflection. Due to the scaling properties, such behavior can be realized in different spectral ranges for suitable material and geometrical parameters. Interesting.
There's a few further papers that have commented on this. So for example, there's a paper called Exact Multipolar Decompositions with Applications in Nanophotonics in Material Science. Then a 2020 paper, Pyramid Exploration Intervention, Environmental Enrichment, Aerobic Swimming Exercise, and Brain Neuroplasticity in the Canate rat model of temporal lobe epilepsy. Multiple analysis of periodic array of rotated silicon cubes. Yeah, I'm just going to bring up all these papers to see why they're using it.
That's interesting. Archaeologists uncover ancient Egyptian solar power. Let's see what this says. A set of papers published in the International Journal of Antiquity last month has revealed ancient Egyptians may have had access to a technology that in our modern world has only taken off over the last few decades. While it has been known since the 1930s that simple chemical batteries were used for gold electroplating in Egypt thousands of years ago, until now it is thought these could only have been rechargeable by placing the chemicals and copper rods inside. But thanks to literally groundbreaking research, it is now known ancient Egyptians had access to a primitive form of solar power. Interesting.
By the way, not to change the topic, but since we recently chatted, I subbed to your YouTube and I caught your Pine Creek discussion. I'm currently at the 1 hour 59-minute mark.
That was a dumpster fire.
So I don't know what happens after that, but he seems to be on until. Wow, was he on for?
I don't know. I think he was on for like
2 hours.
Yeah, it was at least 2 hours he was on. Yeah.
Wow.
That was a very fascinating. Yeah, the whole purpose of that, as I clearly stated, for all the people, part of the reason for the title of tonight's stream is for all of the his minions and followers that have seemed incapable of comprehending the entire point of last night's stream in relation to him, and calling him out for his little spin tactic. And they seem incapable. Well, number one, they are embodying the entire point that I was making of people like him attempt to spin things because they know the average person is not going to recognize what the objective is. And that there is a clear, for any philosopher and apologist, we recognize the obvious difference between a argument for God versus a specific argument for the Christian God directly. And obviously there can be overlap, but if you're separating the two, like, oh, what's an argument for God directly? I mean, any philosopher is going to start just like the guys in the video he was trying to spin. So,
Sure.
What I thought was funny about last night was, before it got completely just out of hand, was he admitted that was what he was trying to accomplish, and that I was correct. And then, and all of his people today have still been leaving comments claiming that, calling him out was incorrect. What's up, Sal? Get your mom all taken care of?
Oh, thanks for asking. Yeah, mostly. So I'm just listening on the conversation and just finishing up some paperwork. I didn't get what all that was about the pyramids. I've had to shut the lights down because it's hurting her eyes. So that's why I look kind of creepy now.
Oh no, I was talking about there were some of the ancient pyramids that Tesla viewed as a model for one of his wanted to capture energy from the ionosphere, and built out the prototype for it and filed the patent. And then we're Googling some other stuff and came across an article from this year, or last year, I guess it was, on the Egyptians. Looks like they had a primitive form of solar power. So that was kind of interesting.
Did that go anywhere with the ionosphere energy? I don't think it's very strong for the reason that, we do get interference from it when we're trying to operate radio stations. But if it were really that powerful, enough to capture energy, then I think we'd be getting more interference. That's just my
I think it's all about the focusing of it too, though. But there's one of the things I find very interesting is there's different they're angularly equal on different parts of the world. There's different circle stone structures that line up perfectly around the planet, but some of the sensor stuff, like if you're on the outside of it, both the temperature and the magnetic field frequencies and everything are X, and then you step across it inside the structure and the temperature changes dynamically, literally as you step across, the readings change instant, literally on the other side of the stone. And you're standing inside of ruins of different structures that obviously used to be there. You're only getting the frame. And I think one of the interesting points in relation to the pyramids they've discovered, okay, you can concentrate this into the substrate. And so one of the theories about some of these other structures they've done studies on is that, could these have been modeled to create a hyper concentration of the energy? Because I agree with you, just in the general sense, it's not concentrated enough to be anything of merit. Otherwise, we'd be having all sorts of issues. But it's just you're not going to, in general, sunlight's not going to catch you on fire. But if you hold up a magnifying glass, you can start a fire, right? Same type of premise is what was Tesla's point.
Yeah.
Tesla's concept.
And, has anyone pursued it more?
To my knowledge, no. I remember the documentary I watched on it. Like, it was basically that he died not long after, and
Yeah.
it was kind of one of those one of the many crazy inventions of Nikola Tesla that never went anywhere, like never was pursued. And but at the same time, it's like, it doesn't mean that he wasn't on something. You know, if it,
Well, yeah,
if it
and
had been,
there's interesting stuff. Like there's tremendous voltage differences, just even between the ground and the, say, the height of someone's roof, but it's not really usable.
Right.
I actually looked in that. I was actually very fascinated because my professor of electromagnetism had mentioned it, and it turns out that there's not enough amperes to make it usable, even though the voltage difference is hundreds or thousands of volts. It's not enough to. So there are all these interesting things that sometimes, when you pursue it further, it ends up not being quite what you hoped. But in general, there was a lot of technology in the ancient world. They knew a lot. Their astronomy was extraordinary, just phenomenal.
yeah, it's amazing a lot of things we take for granted that somehow they were being able to figure it out. That's why I lean towards obviously there's other technology which, different. There's more than one way to skin a cat, as the saying goes, right? There's multiple ways you could potentially have had different types of technology concepts that a lot of stuff now we kind of take for granted too. And we don't think about, like, are there alternatives to achieving a similar outcome, which we know there are, but we just don't think about it on a day-to-day basis.
Check out that second link in the private chat. Polarization dependent asymmetric light scattering by silicon nanopyramids. So they actually they do cite the prior article by let's see what the author's name, Balazine. So pretty much from the first page down, it is worth noting that multipole decomposition approach can also be applied. This is the top left of the second page, page 125. Can also be applied for studies in the terahertz frequency range and even for macroscopic objects like the Great Pyramid.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
But you see, the point, I think that the takeaway point as far as the Egyptian culture goes and what they wrote in their literature, you won't, nowhere in their literature do you find any of this description taking place. They had blueprints as to why they built the pyramid, but they don't go out of the way to say, oh, this phenomena is going to be resulted in the reason why we've shaped it this way. So,
well, yeah, I mean, that okay, fair, maybe. I don't necessarily know if that's doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't. I mean, that would be like saying that anything we find, if it didn't have a instruction set on how to fix it, like the user manual didn't come included, that there wasn't a intent an original intent for something. I mean,
well, if this were some of their most advanced technologies and they felt it was a trade secret, it might be understandable that they would not make it easily accessible.
well, it's also possible it could have been one of those the knowledge was in a mind. Yeah, the kind of what your point, Sal. I mean, when I say the knowledge, the data was literally stored in people's minds, rather than being somebody was trained on how the logic worked and technology. It's totally possible. I don't know.
Well, I mean, may not have been codified, and that may have been if they're trying to protect something. I mean, for the kind of the same reason we protect some of our technology, we try to at least. We try not. There's a point if it's going to set a certain nation apart from another, they may not want to release it. Now, I'm projecting our modern viewpoint of things, and maybe just trying to speculate why they didn't codify all their explanations as to the architecture and reasoning.
Yeah. Well, there's all sorts of different variable possibilities, in my opinion. I'm not a dyed in the wool. Oh, the pyramids must have been battery or energy concentrators. I'm not dyed in the wool on that whatsoever. It's more of a conceptual aspect of okay, that's a potential, but case in point, looks like they had solar panel technology to recharge some of their batteries. There are some devices that we don't have a lot of record of, but then we reversed engineer them. We're just like, oh my goodness, this was a navigational device. This is a navigational computer. They found something in the Mediterranean, and it took a while before they were able to correlate what the device was supposed to be. And again, there's that situation where they didn't have any record other than the device itself as to what its construction was. They had to reverse engineer it. I may look that one up right now, actually, because that is curious enough.
Well, gents, I'm going to head off. I'm going for a surf. So, God bless.
Oh, nice. That should be fun. Good talking with you.
Take care.
Have a good one. Yeah, so I don't think I'm going to call it night myself. It's 3. I know it's 4:20 your time. It's 3:20 my time. I got to get up in the morning, be productive.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much for your stream. I think I found it. 87 BC. It was a navigational clock, oldest example of an analog computer. Just so I know that I'm not.
Oh, well. You say 87 BC?
Yeah, so I'm going to put it. It's actually in the Wikipedia entry. And it says here, the Antikythera mechanism is an ancient Greek hand-powered orrery described as the oldest example of an analog computer used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance. It could also use to track the 4-year cycle of athletic games, which was similar to the Olympiad. But to predict eclipses? And let me see. The instrument is believed to have been designed and constructed by Greek scientists and has been variously dated to about 87 BC or between 150 and 100 BC or 250 BC. Analog computer.
It's a pretty broad range of dating right there. Anywhere from 87 to 250.
I know, but still.
That's like, so Newton might have made it, or Einstein. Take your pick. Actually, that might have even been like Copernicus or like Galileo and Einstein potentially in that range.
But that's still pretty impressive. I mean, I couldn't predict eclipses. I'd have to dig pretty hard to figure out how to predict eclipses, and that's before they had celestial mechanics. and they had a computer to do it. That's really impressive.
Well, you also have to remember, at least from my perspective, I think yours too, like, let's assume like back then the average IQ was, let's say it was 120, was the average. Right now in modern era, it's 100. And there's many countries around the world where the IQ is dropping below that. Right? There's countries where the average IQ is 90. Like in the United States, it's dropped down to the average IQ right now is 96 in the United States.
Wow.
So you think about this in terms of what you're talking about now, like they were predicting eclipses. What? Right? Well, let's think about this. Let's assume that the average IQ was 120. Right? That was the average. Right? So that you assume obviously there'd be a lot more people that we would currently consider very intelligent. Well, if you have more smart people to work with, it's basic supply, right? The probabilities, if you have more smart people being able to figure stuff out, is pretty good, right? Like they might actually be able to do this kind of thinking and reach conclusions. It's not that we can't, because obviously we do, but don't have as many resources to work with in terms of the people of that intelligence level. And I think that's something we kind of take for granted, or not take for granted. We kind of dismiss, I think, in the modern era. And then let's rewind another 1,000 years. Let's say the average IQ was, assuming we're following our premise, right, of the deprecation. Let's say the average IQ was 150, right? Like now you're talking about a whole nother, like, whoa, what?
Yeah, they were very. I mean, just the fact that there seems to be these oral traditions where people could memorize books and they didn't need maps. And then just, again, the physiological stuff, the cranial capacity was twice ours. I mean, can you imagine someone being twice as intelligent and the memory capacity?
No. Well, and that's what always gets
boggles
me.
The mind.
Well, that's what always gets me in relation to like the known, and I'm guessing it's actually more than this, but the current recognized, we think it's no less than data storage capacity of the human brain is no less than 2.5 petabytes. So, case in point, you were like, let's assume the cranial size was double, right? So you're now saying you've got 5 petabytes. Give or take, obviously, ballparking, right? Let's say you have 5 petabytes of data storage capacity in your brain. 5 petabytes? That's a lot of data for one brain. Like, good grief.
And not just that. We have people in the present day that have photographic memory.
Yes.
That suggests to me that probably was the case for everyone at some point.
Yes.
We've lost that ability, but can you imagine high IQs with photographic memory?
It would be, I think about that on a regular basis. Like before my brain surgery, I had a partially photographic memory.
Yeah.
And now it took for me to have something where I could like access it in that format. I would have to repeat things to myself over and over again, stare at it, repeat, stare, repeat, stare, repeat, repeat with my eyes closed, but envisioning it in my head and all that kind of stuff. Once I did that, I could literally pull that image up in my head and like read off of it. But it wasn't like the same. Anyway, very long story short, that was not an instant type thing, right? Where a lot of people you're referring to with the photo, like the true photographic memory, they look at it one time, and it's in their head, right? They can pull it up instantly and read it in real time, like they were looking at the page, right? There's people like that exist that can have that whole thing. Me, I had the I had the broken down, like kind of sort of cheap version, right? In mine. And now it was kind of frustrating for me now, especially in fatigue, is I can kind of sort of do it, but it's like fragmented.
Yeah.
And I know something's in my brain or it's stored in my, and I will not be able to access it in the same. I know it's in there, and it's because I can see, like I know that I remember storing it, right? But being able to just access and look at it. So I've had to like kind of train myself to access information in a slightly different manner than I did. And because I used to, in business, used to get me all the time. Like clients would try and get away with like modifying deals and stuff, and I could sit there and like quote back our phone conversation where we like covered XYZ deal, and I'm like basically I'm literally quoting back what they had said to me about whatever the project was, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, you're right. We didn't agree on that, did we?" You know, kind of thing. I used to bust people on that all the time.
Wow.
Anyway. I say that as in context of the point we're making right now. Like, I know what my capacity was, and nothing like what we know is possible. And then we have to assume that if people had not only higher IQs plus greater storage capacity plus that type of memory access, you can only imagine what it must like, what the potential capacities were, and the potential for technological development in a very, very short period of time.
Very short time. Exactly. And that analog computer that could predict eclipses, that's pretty sophisticated.
Yeah.
Really sophisticated.
Wait, and what always fascinates me about the arguments about like what could have happened pre-flood and all that kind of stuff, right? Too, and what got wiped off the planet, right? When you just look, people are like, oh, there's no way they could have had anything that developed anything like that. Not enough time had gone long. And I'm like, we're talking about thousands, or no less than, let's just for easy math purposes, like no less than 1,000 years, right? Okay, let's just think about this logically and historically. 150 years ago, cars didn't exist. Like, let's just think about that. 150 years ago, cars did not exist. We're now building flying cars. Like, we didn't have, like, 150 years ago, we were just developing the telegraph. Now we've got satellite communication. In my lifetime, cell phones didn't exist at the beginning. Like, the very rough versions of it with satellite radio were starting to come into play. But cell phones didn't really even exist in the common market. Then the smartphone didn't exist until 2006. Like, it's 2021. We're talking 15 years, folks. And there's been complete and utter paradigm shifts in technology. In your lifetime, when you were my age, the internet didn't exist. I mean, the internet did not exist at all. Not just, it was a rough, like it wasn't even a glimpse in it was a dream in somebody's eye at that point. And now we have the internet. Now we have like you can control your washing machine from your freaking phone while you're at work, right? I mean, like, let's think about this.
Yeah. So things can move very, very fast. And for the Wright brothers flew their first airplane December 17th, 1903. And that was just, 120 feet.
Yep.
They flew it. By 1969, which is actually slightly less than 66 years later, because it was on July 20th, man landed on the moon. In only 66 years, we went from not flying at all to walking on the moon. So when you're talking about 1,000 years is a lot of time for people that bright. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They could. It's amazing what they might have been able to do if they were just, if they had a little bit more edge.
Well, in case in point of the whole Mars thing right now. So there was a big announcement that the first flight was taking place on Mars. I think it was yesterday. And so we shot a rocket to Mars that had a lander, and the lander was also carrying a drone helicopter.
Wow.
So like now there's a drone flying around Mars right now that's being controlled from Earth. Well, actually, I'm assuming it's probably pre-programmed to do different. I'm sure there's programmed functions when it receives a signal from Earth, right? Like, oh, hey, okay, oh yeah, let's activate it, and it's gonna go fly in a specific pattern to go do things. But what I think is interesting about that is that probably wasn't possible or wasn't really feasible until we had drone technology and the ability for the variable input output functions. And that people that are, let's get real, like drones, what we think about drones, they haven't really been out for more than a decade. But now there's all sorts of different types, right? There's big ones, little ones. You can put a 3D or a VR headset on and fly them. You can fly them from your phone. There's all these different things you can do to fly these drones around. And you can also push a button and say, hey, go into hover mode. And that thing's going to account for wind fluctuation, and it's going to, on the fly, modify the engines and their propellers and everything else in order to maintain that position. And the external observer, we're just like, oh, whatever. Like, that's cool. And when something bad happens, get pissed off. Like, oh, why didn't they make this better? And people just take for granted everything that went into that being possible. And the point I'm making is now we've extrapolated that out and are being able to have those kinds of robotic functions be executed on another planet that's literally millions of miles away. That's nuts when you really think about what's possible. And to me, when you contemplate that in terms of our existence in general and the stark difference between us and chimps in terms of intellectual capacity, right? Like, we're controlling a robot millions of miles away on a literal other planet. And we've got idiots here on planet Earth trying to figure out ways that we're intellectually not that far off from chimpanzees that are running around in trees. Like, wow. Yeah. God didn't make it rather clear that we were made in his image and have the capacity that nothing else has. It's I find it striking.
Yeah. Well, I really want to thank you for your streams, and I do hope we coming on your show, I've gotten a lot of good ideas from some stuff I want to show on my shows. And your debates have given me a lot of inspiration and have actually caused me to branch out. Like, I didn't even touch this whole thing about like the moral arguments and socialism. And I'm realizing it's a rich source of evidence against atheism, really rich.
Yep.
And then we found that stuff on faith. So you may hear from me, and we can talk about atheists and faith, because it was in that show that you made me realize, oh my goodness, they keep saying that they're all about evidence. They're very faith-based, and it's been I kind of knew it, but it's becoming really, you help crystallize it. They're very faith-based.
Yes.
And they're full of assumptions.
Yeah. Well, and I agree with you on assumptions. And that's why people hear me say this all the time, but it's like the difference between confidence and arrogance is being able to back up your BS. You're going to see that in just a minute on the end scene of this stream. They can't back up their BS because, to the point you're making, the vast majority of it is stunning assumption and unsubstantiated assumptions. Like, you're creating all these amazing hypothetical scenarios to somehow create a coherent thought process to explain things, but then remove the plausibility from the assessment.
Yeah.
Or the probability. I mean, there's so many different things that are applied, and you're like, you were making the point of like the law, like, oh, well, this violates the law of large numbers. Like, and they're like, yeah, whatever, it's all good. Like, okay, so you don't think that your assumption, which violates the law of large numbers, you don't think that has any relevance to whether or not your assumption is valid or a remotely reasonable one to be pursuing. Right. Okay, you don't have to agree. Like, and here's the other thing that I think they have a hard time comprehending is I don't have to present an entirely different model in order for yours to be wrong. Like, nobody actually agree. like I forget, I'm trying to find the source. I'll have to think about it. I'm too tired for this. There was a whole thing I was reading the other day about this exact topic, and it wasn't about creation or anything. Like, it was like in general of like, you don't have to present an entirely new model in order for one to be proven wrong. I'm like, yeah, no kidding. Like, I mean, really? Like this, and the only people that make that argument are evolutionary biologists and Evo atheists. Like that's it. That's the only people that make that assertion, and so adamantly. I mean, like, I don't know how the chicken got across the road, but I know it didn't teleport. How's that? You know, like, anyway. Well, man, I appreciate you as always, folks. Thanks for everybody in the audience for going through all this interesting discussion. Ramen, thank you for the amazing amount of super stickers. I always get like he comes up with the greatest ones, and some of these are just like, oh, I'm just gonna do a super sticker or whatever. So I appreciate it very, very much. Flash and Joe and Chris and everybody who's stuck it out this long. Sal, appreciate you hanging out with me until the middle of the night. And Princess just arrived too. What's going on? How's everybody as you go throughout your day and you start a new week? I hope that you will obviously focus on the important things, but also as you contemplate the fundamentals of your very existence. I hope that the conclusions you reach will always be logical, plausible, and probable. Have a great night, y'all.